up. Drag this. Oh, try something. That little. I'll have to mess with this again later. Now. If I adjust it a little bit. Yo, 𝕬𝖎, nice to see you. Saxon, Unicron Exhaust. All a pleasure, one and all. I'm just fucking with my OBS here. Second. Yeah, just a little more professional looking, I think, this way. I'm not the best at this kind of thing. I'm not the best at this style of the presentation, let's say. Presentation leaves something to be desired on my channel. That is a weakness that I have, but that is okay. I hope everyone is doing well today. I know we missed yesterday. We were supposed to have a debate between me and my team versus President Sunday and his team, but that has been rescheduled. We'll see to when. 𝕵𝖎 is supposed to moderate, but again, we will see. This is all up in the air. Look, okay, if you challenge me publicly to a duel, basically, is what happened. President Sunday said, Wick, I throw the gauntlet down. He even put a gif of someone being smacked with a gauntlet, right? Throwing the gauntlet down publicly, challenge me publicly to a debate on this. Yo, you better, like, don't keep putting it off. Make sure you get a solid date. It's frustrating. It's a little annoying, okay? I came here ready to fight. Bro's just running away on me. It sucks, but I'm ready when he is. He just has to give me a firm time and date, and I'll be there. First of all, Jenny Burns, thank you. 10 months on a 9-month streak. Thank you for the sub anniversary. Glad to see you here. Origin is coming on at 7. He has hounded me relentlessly to talk to me, so at 7 o'clock I'm going to let him. Great Sag says first. Well, not really. Wagtail running from Sunday. The opposite. Exactly. 1 hour of solo content, WhickTV content is love. Yeah, I don't usually do solo content. I'm thinking of doing more of it, but it really depends on what people want. Again, as I said Monday, I'm looking to kind of reformat the experience just a little. And I want to know what you guys want to see. So the kind of content that you want is the kind of content I want to give you. See what goes on. But yes, we have big things in the works. Tomorrow is a pretty big show. We're going to have Sidekick Cat. We're going to have Katie. We're going to have Corey Campbell. We're going to have Allison, Rora Pickles, and there's one more that name skips me at the moment. Ginger. How could I forget Ginger? Ginger will be there. And we're going to talk about kink shaming. Is it ever okay? Which kink should we shame if we're going to shame kinks? All these questions. Kane, I like you solo more. Casual streams. I tend to watch debates after on your YouTube. Thank you. Sultan 𝕬𝖎, nice to see you. Oh no, Katie, the one that called me racist. Did she call you racist specifically? I mean, it's possible she might have. Called a lot of people racist. She called me racist, I think. Or a racist enabler? Perhaps more accurately, I'm not sure. On those things. Nope, can't answer you right now. Telephone. My phone was ringing in the background. You probably couldn't hear because it's on this kind of like weird silent thing. Oh no, shame kink. Oh, there's going to be a shame kink on Kick. I'm going to stream it to Kick too. I don't know what you're talking about. We streamed on Kick, YouTube, Twitch. But yes, gang, I'm waiting till 6 to start the actual discussion. So we got about a minute of kibitzing left. I want to give a chance for people to get here, right? Wickers rise. Yes, Wickers rise up. Oh, it's been a week, gang. I don't know what it is this week. I have been super low energy. I have been super out of it. I apologize. Okay? Apologize. It's been rough, okay? I should have had content yesterday, even. I could have done something. I could have done call-ins. I could have done all sorts of things. I could have done solo content yesterday, but I just haven't been feeling it. I don't know why. I'm bouncing off things. Get more sleep. I'm getting plenty of sleep. Like, it's late. I go to sleep a lot later because issues, right? But I have absolutely been getting rest. That's not the issue. Maybe I need more exercise as possible, right? I need to get out more. Touch some grass. Something like that. That is a possibility. I mean, I'm thinking about going and seeing the Oppenheimer movie this weekend. That should be good. That'd be nice. But again, we'll see. Right? See what happens. Well, what do you all think of King? Oh, and thank you for Tenflix. 21 months. Oppenheimer, I don't even know her. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. A hype train's close if one more person wants to vent. That would be nice. Or not vent, I'm sorry, I'm reading kick chat. One more person wants to sub. Oh, we missed the opportunity. It's okay. Next time. There's been a lot going on behind the scenes too, right? With just getting things set up, trying to make connections, trying to keep connections going, right? Networking, etc. That's exhausting work. It could be very tough. But yeah, I'd say this last week and a half, to be honest with you, I've been kind of half out of it. So yeah, we'll see, right? But I wanted to talk to you guys today about purpose, about meaning, about how, at least in America and Western cultures, it seems to be under crisis, under attack, if you will. Not directly, to be clear, right? I don't think most people are attacking purpose and meaning as concepts. But when it comes to meaning, I don't know if you're all familiar with, and let me get the name back up so I can read it out directly. Frankel, Viktor Frankel. He was a concentration camp survivor. He is my PS down. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, he was a concentration camp survivor. He wrote a bunch of he wrote a bunch of psychiatric work and literature on the concept of mass neurosis, and on meaning as well. And there was also a book written more recently by Gabor Mate, The Myth of Normal, who tackles the same kind of things, but from a slightly different angle. But they corroborate each other. They compound upon each other. They're complementary, if you will. It's a very interesting work. It's a very interesting concept, and I've read about it years ago. But I've been thinking about it a lot lately, because a lot of the content I cover is things like red pill issues or incel issues. I also cover political issues and political drama in some cases. I talk to a lot of people from across the political spectrum who have issues of various kinds, who all fear various levels of feel, I should say, who all feel various levels of fear, various levels of discontent. There is a lot going on in people's lives. There is a lot of pressure being put on people, and there's a huge rise and spike, and this is documented, in loneliness among both men and women. The deaths of despair are on the rise, mostly due to the opioid crisis, but this crisis of meaning is a huge contributor as well. It's these compounding variables that are just layering atop each other that are leading to a really bad situation for us, and on an individual level and as a societal level. As we seek to fill this meaning, okay, that we have lost in a lot of ways, and I'll get to why we have lost it. I'll get to that. Don't worry. Keep that in mind. We're getting there, gang. Okay? But it has created this void that people seek to fill in a variety of ways. Hedonism is a big one, right? They look for purpose in leaders such as Trump, such as Andrew Tate. On the more the left side, right? They look to fight the demons of racism, of white supremacy, etc. They need to have some sort of their life to mean something. They need their life to be important. They need important in their life. And the traditional methods or the traditional things that filled the void, so to speak, are largely lost to us, right? Religion was a big one. Religion is on the decline, at least in the West. That was a huge driver of meaning, for good or for ill. There was problems with that too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to stand religion. Get that out of your head. But it had a purpose, right? It served a purpose in people's lives. It served a utility, a function. And that function, that utility was important. And because it has been lost and religion has been kind of turned away from by most people and become something not what it was, people are looking for a tool or something to fill that purpose, and they are lacking it. They're searching hither and thither, to and fro, all across the land, and it's leading people to really dark places. I want to read some of your chats. Okay, on the YouTube side. Get more sleep, maybe vitamins. Just wait until the robots take our jobs. That's another one. Automation is a huge driver of this, right? People find meaning in work. And when they can't find work, or when the job that they have had gets replaced and they get replaced, it don't feel good. It causes people to question who they are. Now, there is a bigger discussion to be had that we shouldn't use work or career to define us, but people absolutely do. Because, and this is where people who are like, well, in a post-scarcity society, it'll destroy humanity because why would they work? People like to work. They do. They like to have projects. They like to busy themselves. They like to produce. They may not like their current job, right? They may not like their 9 to 5. They may not like what they are doing for money. But people in general like to work. They like to feel like they are contributing something to the world. They want to have meaning to the world. They want meaning from the world, and they want to give meaning to the world. Yes, Oko Gringo. They want to work towards something meaningful for them and for their community. Absolutely. Absolutely they do. And again, right? These traditional kind of sources of these meanings are going away. They're in transition right now. People used to define themselves by I'm a man. I want to be a man, right? What does that even mean today, right? What does that even mean? Or I want to be a woman. A lot of women would say, right? They have this ideal of what a woman is, and they would strive to meet that, and they would find meaning in that. And again, I'm not here to defend these traditional things. That's not my purpose here. I am simply pointing out that they served a function and they had utility. And when we are in this kind of national discussion about what these things even mean, it's caused a lot of people to feel lost, to feel untethered, unmoored. and adrift. And so they seek out somewhere to place their anchor, some kind of foundation upon which to build themselves and who they are. And we're in conditions where that's shifting so rapidly, and there's so much conflicting information out there. People have turned to identity in a way that they haven't before. And what I mean by identity is the id pull stuff, right? Race, gender, sex, ethnicity, all these things. That has been important to some in the past, but I think it is we got away from it for a while. For those of you who are old enough to remember the 90s, 2000s, right? Early 2000s. It was absolutely different in how we dealt with these things. For better or worse. That we are shifting in the other direction. We are pedestaling these things where we sought for decades to say race doesn't matter. I'll use race as an example. Race is a good example. Race doesn't matter. Whether you're black, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. You remember that Michael Jackson song, right? That was something that here in America we needed to kind of stress, because people absolutely thought it would matter. They're like, well, I'm white and they're black, therefore they're different than me and they're lesser, right? That was the racist kind of what people would just say out loud back then, right? Back in the 60s, 70s, etc., 50s, so on. So as a society, we've decided that's wrong. It is wrong. And so in order to combat it, we decided we need to de-emphasize these differences we have and emphasize the commonalities. And so we had program after program, advocacy after advocacy that did that de-emphasized and de-stressed the differences between white, black, Asian, Hispanic, etc. We wanted to be one people, right? We stressed the nationality, like we're all American, we're a melting pot, etc. Again, rightly or wrongly, we have since moved away from that. And that's caused a lot of cognitive dissonance with people, especially people my age, who, again, growing up, everything you heard, race doesn't matter. And then we're being told, well, actually, it matters in a fundamental way that you can never escape from and you will never get over. That's a problem. No, Cal Mike, who is the mythical we keep referring to? What do you mean? Like people my age, people around who have shared my experiences, the normies, if you will, for lack of a better term. Though I'm not normal by any means. I think that people who grew up in the 80s and 90s, that's who I'm referring to. Ian MT30, what happened? Who decided that? Well, it's been a that's a whole other discussion. Who decided that? Who is to blame? This has been an argument for decades. For a while, the colorblind, for lack of a better term, the colorblind folks were winning this argument. Now they are not. Now they're losing. And so people who have decided, right, to tackle this from a race kind of essentialist or realist point of view have absolutely kind of taken over. And there's been a lot of reactions to this, good and bad. And here's the thing, they have a point. There is absolutely something to be said for what they preach and they practice, right? That race affects you in your life, and whether you want it to or not, people will treat you differently depending on how you look. That's just true. That's just correct. The question isn't whether that will happen. The question is, how do we combat this? Well, first of all, do we want to combat this? Should we? think the easy answer there is yes. I mean, ideally, most people would tell you that it shouldn't matter. I am of the opinion it shouldn't matter. I am of the opinion that we should, that it should not matter, and you should be treated the same regardless. Now, people would argue that, but most people at least will admit that in an ideal world, right? Whether we can do so now or not is a different question. But in an ideal world, it wouldn't matter what your skin tone was. It just wouldn't matter. You would have the same opportunities, the same access, the same kind of ability to be treated like a human as anyone else. The question and the argument is, how do we get from here to there? How do we get from where we are now, which is very imperfect, systemic racism? We have still people who are very deeply racist in America. And how do we get to a world where they don't matter and we live in a society that doesn't treat you differently based on skin tone? How do we get from here to there? That's the question. That's what people have been struggling, right? And there is... the crux of the argument is this. Do we sacrifice the short term and go through the pain that will happen in the short term to get to the ideal? Or, because we know that doing away with some of these programs that we've had to help people who do suffer because they are treated differently, and they absolutely are, do we just continue to reify the differences by treating them differently? That's the argument. And both sides have a good point, right? The colorblind side would say, no, if you keep treating these people differently, then it's going to reify to the or make real that there are differences in how they are treated, and we want to move away from that, right? So we can't keep doing this. That's their argument. The argument from the other side would be, look, these people absolutely are more likely to be pulled over. They're more likely to be shot by cops. They face systemic injustices and getting loans. Their communities are struggling. We can't pretend, right, that there are no differences here in how they're treated. And so because this is happening, we need to address it now. These people are important now. That's the argument that's going on right now. That's the crux of it amongst people of good faith who aren't just racist, right? We could set the bad faith racists aside. We could set those people aside. They don't matter for the purpose of this discussion. So yes, that is a big argument that's going around right now. How it relates to my larger point, right, is we are also undergoing at the same time many other arguments about the world we live in and who we are within it. What does it mean to be normal? I referenced the book by Gabor Mate, The Myth of Normal. I don't know how to say it. The Myth of Normal, right? In it, they argue that normal is simply a myth. It is something that society decides on, and it's arbitrary, and there really is no normal. While true, this revelation that people who did kind of feel part of the pack, part of the crowd, part of their people, the normal ones, if you will, have kind of been struggling lately, right? They don't feel connected in the same way they used to, people. And so they have looked for other connections and more atomized connections. We are defining ourselves into smaller, and smaller groups. Smaller and smaller and smaller in groups. It's not just Americans. It's white American, black American, rural American, educated American, uneducated American, college-educated American, someone with a student loan, someone who's paid off their student loans. We use these very granular ways to identify ourselves and identify who we are in a way that excludes larger and larger groups of people. So we have this situation where we are getting into these smaller and smaller and smaller tribes, and it feels that the world's against us because we are so different from the world we no longer fit in, because we've defined ourselves so granularly. It's a problem. Does anyone disagree? Cerna says, highly recommend reading After Virtue by 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. I haven't read it. What's it about? Hi, I'm Dave. Hi, Emperor Dave. Testicle Johnson's, maybe if we get the illegal immigrants out of America, it'll solve all the issues. Testicle. No. Let's see. What else y'all been saying in here? Yo, what's up, people? What's up, Vectorfy? Yeah, it's just a chill day, gang. We're just kind of relaxing and chilling today. I'm ranting at you guys because this is something I've been thinking about a lot. We have, and we see this on a microcosm of Twitch poll too. You can look at this, play out within the spheres that we dwell in together, right? We can see people taking sides on the smallest and smallest of issues, purposely dividing themselves into smaller and smaller communities. Even within my community, right? There are absolutely cliques within it. Now, again, this is partially inevitable. It's partially human nature. Partially nothing you can do about it. People are going to look for in-groups and out-groups. Unless we fundamentally change how humans work, this is always going to be a thing. However, I think it's gotten out of hand. I think it's absolutely gotten to a point where it's at least in America, we are in danger of fracturing as a society in a way that we will never recover from. Not for years, decades. And if I can, I would like to do my small part to oppose that, to push against that, to remind people of the commonalities that exist within us, right? The commonalities that we have, rather than the difference. I know this is not a popular take. I know this is something that people don't want to hear, right? They want to be seen, and they feel they can't be seen unless their specific identities are recognized and dealt with. I think a good evidence of this is the old pride flag versus the new pride flag. I think this is a very good indicator of how this is working. Old pride flag, simple, inclusive. They had the rainbow colors, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Rainbow colors represented the rainbow of the LGBT movement. Now, look at the new pride flag. And look, every single thing has to have its own specific identifying representation. Every stripe has to stand for something. Everything has to have its own specific thing, right? It can't just be our flag. It has to be, this is our space on this flag. It can't just be, we are all part of the same group. It's like, well, we are part of the same group, but this is our specific part. And unless our very specific part is represented, it really doesn't represent us. So we need our very specific part within it, or else it's not representative of us and we can't deal with it. It's wild. It's wild. Okay? This is not okay. It's creating this kind of granularity that is just going to destroy us. It's going to destroy us. Look, and you can't just blame, right, a specific group for all these things. Every group is doing this. Every single group. Republicans are doing this. Conservatives are doing this. Libertarians are doing this. Democrats are doing this. Socialists are doing this. Communists are doing this. Capitalists are doing this. Straight people are doing this. Religious people are doing this. Gay people are doing this. Trans people are doing this. If there's one thing people have in common, it's that we are all trying to decide who is the real people and who is the not real people. Who is the us and who is the them. What? What? I don't know. I don't know. Ice cream's so good. Slurp, slurp. Gang, you gotta pay me if you want me to do that shit. Okay? I gotta get some money in this thing. I need some super chats. I need some follows. I need some bits. Dave, like the girl on the plane. The one who said, you're not a real person, you're a lizard person to that guy. I don't know how to deal with people like that. I'm going to be real with you. There is a level of nonsense that I don't know how to react to. I don't know how to deal with it. If you believe that there are actually lizard people out there, like if you actually believe this, I don't know exactly how to help you. I think we should if we can, but I'm not equipped. Dang, I am not equipped. Do I have proof that lizard people don't exist? See, that's the thing. You can't prove a negative. And any evidence, at a certain point of conspiracy brain, any evidence or lack thereof will point to whatever they believe anyway. Logical endpoint of liberalism is atomizing individuals. I don't know if that's true, but even if it is true, like, we don't have to ride the train to the end of the tracks. We can stop. We can have a hybrid system and a hybrid model, right? We don't have to go all the way. I don't know what's this obsession people have with going all the way with a logical train of thought. That's pretty true. Nat, we need unique identifiers, mate. I think in some instances, yes, but we can't let it be the thing that defines us. Jabbar Unreal says, I'll tell you what, there was a comedian singer in my country. One of my favorite performances of him was called Structured Cusses. Man was a genius. I don't give a single F about what people want to hear to affirm their beliefs. You're unable to say whatever goes through your mind. We're cursed as a society. That's all I'm going to say. Go take a bath. Well, have fun with your bath. But, well, this is one of the reasons that I really harp on freedom of speech. Because I agree with you. I think that we need to know what people actually think. And in order to hear what they actually think, people need to feel comfortable enough and safe enough to say what they actually think, even if what they actually think is kind of disgusting, right? If they can't say it, it doesn't mean they stop thinking it. It just means that we can't deal with it. Oh man, you're gonna get me you're gonna get me caught in the freedom of speech thing. And this goes beyond that. I don't want to get caught up in this trap, in this loop. Origin, yeah, you don't have to use your camera. I don't care. We'll see you at 7. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Calm your tits. They'll be okay. I lost my train of thought. Stabby, consequences for speech is based. It really depends. Like, some consequences, yes. Some consequences, no. I don't think anyone should be put in jail for their speech. I don't think anyone should lose their job for their speech. But I think that, yeah, if you say something batshit, right, you should be treated crazy. You should be treated like a crazy person. If you say something racist, you should be treated like a racist, right? I think that these things, right, are part of free speech as well. Freedom of association. I would never legislate that people or a workplace or a corporation has to keep someone on who said something wildly inappropriate. No, I think that is not a good way to go. But I would encourage and I would societally pressure them to keep people on. Does that make sense? Difference. Is the difference connecting with you all? I hope it is. Because there's a substantive difference here. Back to the meaning, however. So again, we've identified, I think, the problem here. We have a situation where we are getting more and more atomized. We are becoming more and more apart, separate. We are reducing our commonalities, and we are enhancing what makes us different. And this is causing us to have a problem. Our traditional sources of meaning and commonalities and togetherness are all kind of becoming unmoored at once. Religion, nationality, all these things are kind of under attack. What it means to be a part of a group is getting harder to identify because we are becoming smaller and smaller groups. And we are lacking this meaning, so we are trying to find it in what I consider to be mostly dark places. People want to feel like they have a purpose, and so they are turning to people who offer them that purpose, even if these people are grifters and bad, right? We deceive ourselves when we want something bad enough. You've all done this. You've all done this to various extents, right? Oh man, I know that lady. She's really mean, and I know she's cheated on her last 10 boyfriends, and I know that she's mugged and stolen from these Tinder dates, but I can fix her, gang, because she's super beautiful, and I really like her, so I can make her better. We've all done this. We've all deceived ourselves like this. Come on. For you women and ladies out there, oh, I know he hit me like 10 times, but I don't think he's going to hit me again. I think I can fix him. I love him. Yeah, I'm not the kind of person who dates an abuser, so my significant other can't be an abuser. We deceive ourselves. We lie to ourselves. It's a problem. So when people come along and offer us purpose, we may recognize that it's kind of a scam, right? We may recognize that this isn't on the level. This seems pretty harmful, pretty toxic. This doesn't seem real, but it's purpose, and we want it so badly. We want it so desperately. We will deceive ourselves. We will overlook things that we would otherwise not, because we want it so badly. We are willing, consciously or not, to turn a blind eye to things that would otherwise stand out as red flags, danger signs. Problem. So this is where we are. We are in a society. We are in a culture. We are in a nation that is desperate for meaning. We are desperately searching for that meaning. And a lot of the meaning that is being found is in opposition to groups that are not us. One of the other problems that is related to this is people are looking for someone to blame for their feeling of loss of meaning. They are looking for someone to point the finger at and to be responsible, because it's really hard to be mad at an ethereal concept of times are changing, definitions of what's going on are changing. We're dealing with this weird atomization of society. Those are nebulous concepts for a lot of people. A lot of people can't really grasp it. It's hard to really be mad at the universe, right? In that kind of way. But you know who it is easy to be mad at? Illegal immigrants. Republicans. Joe Biden. Trump, those are people we can actually deal with, right? And so we place all this blame on the other, on specific others. And we are going to eat each other alive. Wick is the worst man. Oh, well, women. Red pills blame women, right? That, I mean, unironically, yes. There are a lot of people who said who will turn and say, "Man, I'm struggling. I feel like I've lost purpose. I feel like I don't know what it is to be a man anymore. I don't know what it is to be a good father anymore. What even is that, right?" And they see all these changes going wrong, and Andrew Tate and other red pillars come along and point out, well, you know, feminism and women are really changing our society. And you think, aha, I found the culprit. And you go after them. And then, what does not help the situation at all is that there are many women out there who are going through the same struggle of what it means to be a woman, what it means to be a mother, what it means to what is their purpose in life here? And they feel unmoored, they feel disconnected, and so they look around for someone to blame. And look, there's these men being real assholes, and so they just blame men. It's easy to do, right? They look at people related to those men specifically, and they blame them as well. They look at trans individuals, and they start blaming them, right? This is a real problem. Because we all are struggling and fighting and trying to find purpose and meaning, but we cannot. And we look for these empty kind of substitutes. It's not fulfilling. But to distract us from that, well, this would work if it weren't only for those bratted Republicans. Like, this would work if it just wasn't for those conservatives. Those conservatives were out of the way. Surely we would feel fulfilled. We would have meaning. We would feel like we matter, and we would have this sense of well-being that eludes us. So the conservatives are the problem. Insert any group for this. Like, we could repeat this whole thing. Oh man, like, I would feel really good. I would absolutely be a high value man. I would feel like I had purpose and meaning. But those feminists, those women out there, right? They're always falsely accusing men and getting in the way and blaming men for everything. Ay. And so the cycle continues. Because now these grifters, these bad actors, these sellers of snake oil have something to actually point to, right? They have ammunition. They see these people lashing out because they are convinced that the other side is the enemy, and they point to that and say, "See, I told you. Look what they're doing. I told you," right? Those women falsely accusing those men being real bitches, right? Look at them. I told you. But they're snake oil sales. They're snake oil sales. They are selling you a false bill of goods. It's not going to fulfill you. When this enemy is defeated, if you ever do, and keep in mind, it is not in these snake oil salesmen's interest for you to actually defeat your enemy here. Okay? It's not in their interest at all. It's in their interest for you to fight them. But it's not in their interest for you to win. Because if you do win, if you do end up winning the argument societally, culturally, etc., they now, because again, their product won't work, they need someone else to blame for why it's working. So they'll need to find someone else to point to. They'll need to find someone else to look at and to say, oh, actually, no, it's their fault now, right? It's a cycle. it'll keep going. Are they snake oil salesmen if they believe what they are saying? No, they are not. But there is a difference between people who are actually true believers and there are people who are snake oil salesmen. I think that the source of all this is the snake oil salesman. They have duped some very intelligent people to being true believers, and it's this further obfuscation tool that the grifters will use, right? Because it's really, really hard, if you're good at it, to identify you as a liar. Or as a grifter, I should say. If you're good at it, which many are, it's really hard to out you for it. It's almost impossible. And so, we have a situation where people recognize this. They recognize that there are grifters, that they're being sold a false bill of goods, so they try to point it out, but they often get the wrong targets, right? And so they'll just shoot in the dark. But this constant false accusations of people being grifters and things like that just feeds in, right? It feeds into the plan of these people who are grifting you, right? Because they can point to this when they're accused correctly and say, well, didn't you also say this about this person? And weren't you wrong then? Didn't you also say about this other person? And you were wrong then too. So how can you say this about me? You lied then. You lied that other time. You're lying now. No comment. Are there any snake oil salesmen on record that actually sold snake oil? I don't know. It's a term. You know what I mean. Rum says on YouTube, shout out to you, Wick. Appreciate what you do and why you do it, man. Well, I appreciate you too. Is Candace Owens a grifter? Again, it's impossible to say. I don't know for sure, right? I don't know for sure. She might be. What I can't say for sure is there are people out there grifting. There are people who are in positions of influence who are doing this. I can't give you specific names because, again, this is the trap that they've laid. This is the environment that they have crafted or that they have fallen into, whether it be on purpose or not, that protects them. And if I were to call Candace Owens a grifter, and later it comes out, right, that she absolutely isn't grifting, my credibility is shot. It's gone, right? So I'm very careful about laying that out on specific individuals. Does that make sense? 𝕼𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. Who else is ready for Mango Mussolini's third indictment? Mango Mussolini is going to prison. That's a purpose most of us can get behind. Oh, Trump indictments. Yeah. It's looking more and more like he's actually going to be found guilty of some of this. Whether that involves jail time, I don't know. I would be shocked if he served jail time. But find other things? Well, yeah, I'm probably. Feline Father asks, would the approach of dealing with these folks change whether they are a grifter or not? No, it would not. No, it would not. Ika Rich, prepare to be shocked. I hope I am. Look, if he's guilty, and I think he is, right, based on the evidence I've seen, but I haven't seen all the evidence, right? I think he's guilty. And so if he is guilty, I think he should serve some jail time. Yes. Straight up, right? Again, I don't know though. It will I do trust the court system that they will come to a decision that is equitable here. I think in this case, I think I trust the court systems here. We'll see. We'll see. I do think he should be given a fair and robust defense. So we'll see. Insurrection is punishable by death? No. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. If anyone's thinking about like if it's gonna be like hanged for treason, you're I don't know what to tell you. You're living in a fantasy world. Read any good books recently? I've read a few actually. I'm reading The Broken Tower right now. It's the second in a series. The first one was The Unwilling. It's a fantasy series. I've really enjoyed it. Rom says, is someone relatively to the right? I can confirm Candace does grift, not all the time, but is something she does on some topics. Well, that's another wrench in the works, gang. That's another wrench in the works of this, is the space that we exist in as content creators incentivizes us to be, I don't want to say dishonest. That's not the word I'm looking for. It's something different. To exaggerate. Let's say that. To exaggerate. To be performative. Am I lying when I am very passionately defending something that I believe in? That if I weren't on camera, I wouldn't be as passionate about it. I'd be a little more circumspect. I still believe in it, but I wouldn't go as hard. Is that lying? I don't know if it is. I think it's performative, surely, right? But that's what you guys reward me for. You reward me, you give me money, and you give, and not just you specifically, but the you in general, chatters, if you will. They give people money, right? When they are performative, when they are passionate, when they cheerlead. If I were to become a cheerleader for a side, I would make more money than I do. If I were to come on every week, every day, every panel I did, and champion the cause of whatever cause, right? And I would twist everything, I would rationalize everything to fit the narrative of the cause. Everything that happens inevitably leads to my side's victory. Everything that happens, all the facts, inevitably lead to my side being right. And I spun that narrative, and I could, right? This is something that people can do, right? They can pick out facts, cherry pick, rationalize. I could never lie to you in this whole process, too. Like, I could be 100% honest doing it. And I could cherry pick and spin things in a way that always pointed to my side being correct. Whatever side that might be. I would get more money. I would be popular. I would be more popular. I would have more attention. I would be better off financially. It just would happen. But I don't feel, right, that is for society, nor for my personal mental health, a good idea to do. Because I think that this cheerleading is part of what is leading to, again, the atomization of everything. The destruction of the commonalities that bind us together. The destruction of honest discourse. The destruction of truth. Of epistemological truth. The problem. It's a bigger problem than misinformation. Misinformation we can deal with. This rationalization, we cannot. Because there's no misinformation there. They're using facts. They're using things that are true. They are just spinning it. They're spinning it in a way and twisting it in a way that rationalizes their worldviews. Portland is burning. How are we doing here, guys? Have we solved it? Nothing is solved. Zephyr hash Wick solo stream equals doomer pill for society. No, don't get it twisted. We can overcome this. This is part of what I do, and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and why I'm working with the people I'm working with, is because I think that this is not all hope is lost here. That this isn't something that is inevitable, that must occur. We can fight this. We just need people who also believe this. So I need to work on convincing. Frankly, I need to work on convincing you. I need to work on convincing people around me. I need to work on convincing other streamers that this route that people are taking is harmful and destructive, and we need to find a better way. I think I can offer a better way, or be one of the people who offers a better way. I'm not so foolish as to think my way is the only better way. I think there's several ways out of this. I like mine, but that's just personal preference. And now I'm going to shill, right? So be warned, you can help this, right? You can help this by rewarding me for doing what I do. Rewarding me in the only way that the metrics measure. Money. That's the metric that everyone goes by. It is the incentive that blows out of the water almost every other incentive. Money. If you give me money, right, and people see me being financially rewarded for this and behaving in this way, more people will follow suit. Just true, right? Just true. If people see me coming in and being 𝕵𝖎𝖙, right? You guys know how I am, right? If they see me refusing to be a cheerleader, if they see me refusing to spin things to fit my worldview all the time, if they see me honestly engaging with others, and then they look at that and they see me also making bank, they're going to want to imitate that because they too want to make bank. And frankly, I don't care, right, if what someone is doing is for the right reasons or not. I don't care. If you're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, okay, you're still doing the right thing. I do care a little. I mean, there is some nuance here, but at the end of the day, I would rather someone do the right thing for the wrong reasons than the wrong thing for the right reasons. Does that make sense? Ideally, it would be both, but yeah. You need to be more polarizing, Wick. I think this is one of my most polarizing takes, though, is it not? I think this is one of my takes that most people would fight me against. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Some might think you are giving too much attention to undesirables and can see it as choosing a side, just platforming other ideas. Possible. I don't think the ends justify the means, personally. Depends. Alley Cat says, "So do you give us money if we want to discourage this type of thing?" I mean, if you want to discourage it, just don't give me money. It's discouraging when I don't get money first. I got your thumb and respect, Wick. Well, thank you for the respect. I don't know if I want your thumb. I don't know what you're planning to do with that thumb. Wolfglen, thank you. 13 months of subscription. Look at you. I don't think the ends justify the means always. I think sometimes the ends justify the means. It really depends on the ends. And it really depends on the means. And I think you would agree with me in very extreme hypotheticals that it's okay to do a bad thing to get a good thing. However, as we move away from the extremes, it becomes less okay. And I would agree with you there. I think we might draw lines in different places, but yeah. So yeah, in a sci-fi hypothetical, right, where if you don't kill a child, the world dies and everyone dies, we're all biting that bullet, right? It's just, that's what we're going to do. However, if you ask me to kill a kid to save 10 people, sorry 10 people, you're just dying. Can't help you. You disagree, Wolfglen? So you would let the world die before you killed a child? Well, we're testing people's extremities. Yeah, Tessie Johnson, only theoretically, most wouldn't have the capacity to kill a child regardless of consequence. Fair. But yes, I think that if you knew 100%, it was proven to you, God himself came down from the heavens and said, if you don't do this, everyone dies. I think most of us are doing it. Again, there comes a point, though, where I think most people would say, no, it's not okay. Right? No way, clearly a hustle. I mean, maybe. Right? Boom. 5 minutes, Origin. I hope you're here in 5 minutes because that's when I'm scheduled to have you on. And Origin will take me to task for things. He's been bugging me, right, to get on my show, and I decided, you know what? And I've had him on my show before. He's been on a panel before. But he wanted to talk to me one-on-one. So, we'll see. I don't know if this is a debate or not, to be honest with you. I do not know if it's a debate. He just wanted to talk to me. I say right a lot. Going back through my VODs sometimes, I recognize I have certain mannerisms and ways of talking. Maybe a little annoying. So I apologize for that. Yeah. Did women invent language? Sound right. I don't know if women invented language. I think language evolved as a dual gender thing. Like, I think all genders had a hand in the creation of language. Wick, how are you, man? How are you, man? Oh man, I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. Just waiting for my interlocutor. Oh, I see he's backstage. We'll pull him on in 5 minutes, but I got 5 more minutes with my chat, and I want to take some time with my chat, some one-on-one time, some quick time. How are you, 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙? How are you? Rabid Wombat, 13 months sub. Do we know the origin of dumb takes? We may find out tonight. Hey, a hype train is close. You know what would be awesome, gang? If we got a hype train going. That would really help me out. So if you haven't donated yet today, if you haven't thrown me a sub, gifted bits in Twitch, now's the time. Now's the time to do that. It would really help me out. I would love to keep doing this kind of thing and give you guys content, better content, more content. But the problem is, I need money to do that. And this is kind of the thing. The more clout, the more money, the more metrics I get, the more people are willing to come on my show, right? The more people are willing to come on my show, the better quality of guests I can get you. The better quality of guests I can get you, the better quality of discussions we have. But unless we can get that, unless we have people knowing that this is a place to come for interesting discussion where people make money, I don't know what I can do for you. I don't know why this sub train didn't go off. Rora, thank you for the bits. I think it has to be a minimum. I think it has to be 100 bits. Unfortunately, we missed the hype train, though. That's sad. That is sad. It's okay. We'll get it next time, okay? Rora is going to be actually on tomorrow on my show. We're going to be talking about kink shaming. It's going to be her and a few others, right? Ginger and Moth, Allison, Katie. So it should be a fun time. Will be. Friday. Friday is going to be an interesting show. I got Counterpoints and I got Pixie coming on, and we're going to be talking about his takes on marrying a woman who has a good family. Is that? I'm not sure if the word's ableist, classist. A lot of people have implied that this means that Counterpoints is saying or implying that people who don't come from a good family aren't worth dating. It should be a fun discussion. It should be a fun discussion. YouTube, if you have questions for me or Origin throughout, or if you just like to support the channel, Super Chats also really help me. Okay. I get more of a cut from Super Chats than I do from subs and Twitch, but I get the most cut. But no one watches me on Kick. But I am streaming on Kick. If you guys want to check me out at kick.com/WhickTV, I get the biggest cut from Kick. So, yeah. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button. Y'all know what to do. Y'all know how this game is played. So yeah, I know this was a bit of a ramble, a bit of a rant, but I hope that we got a little of a. I hope I've given you something to think about when it comes to meaning and purpose and atomization and this kind of destruction of commonalities. I really hope that I have given you something to think about. We need to stop doing it. Straight up. I'll give you my advocacy here. Stop atomizing ourselves into smaller groups. The old pride flag was better than the new pride flag because it didn't atomize everything into these individual small little groups. Inclusivity does not mean atomization. It doesn't have to. We can say, right, again, using the pride flag, or if you want to use the American flag, you can use the American flag instead, that flag represents us. It doesn't have to have our hyper-specific individual kink, fetish, gender identity, whatever in it for it to identify us. I don't have to have, if we're going with the American flag here, got all 50 states. I don't need my individual city on the flag to be represented. It's good. I'm good. Right? It represents me because I'm an American citizen. Even though it doesn't have my specific city on the flag, it still represents me. Straight up. Okay. Origin, get backstage. You're not backstage. You gotta get backstage. I'll try again. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, there he goes. Hey, 𝕍𝖎, thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Wonderful, gang. Wonderful. 𝕍𝖎, $5 says, point me to the stripe representing the furries on the flag. I don't know. I can't do that. I'm sorry. Are you a furry, 𝕍𝖎? I hope you're not. I will try to respect you, but I don't know if I can. I will do my best though. Testicle Johnson. So what you're saying is gay people have gone too far. It's the gays. Okay, stay here. Don't go anywhere. Origin, can you hear me? Yo, we can't hear you. If you're talking, I ain't getting nothing. What a good talk, gang. What a good talk. I don't know what's wrong. Hey, maybe try exiting Discord, restarting Discord, maybe? I don't know. Debar Unreal says I could join, but I am playing WoW parallel. Well, right now I'm supposed to be talking to Origin. Origin wanted a one-on-one with me, so I want to give him that space to have a one-on-one with me. So we're gonna do that first, assuming it works. Kidology moment, maybe, maybe. Testicle Johnson for $2. Acknowledge the Foxkin. What does the fox say? 𝕍𝖎, $5. No, I'm a part of a little-known group called cis heteronormative, but I, like the furries, also don't get any representation on the pride flag. And that's okay. It's okay not to be represented on the pride flag if you're not part of the pride group. I'm also cis heteronormative, which makes me a rarity among streamers in the Twitch poll arena. Not unheard of, but less common than one might think. Yeah, hopefully Origin can fix his stuff. I would really like to talk to him. He kept selling it, right? That he had a lot of stuff to talk to me about. He's in the vetting room. Let me try pulling me again. Can you hear me? Oh! I don't know what to do. Yeah, Jenny, if you can pull him aside and see if you can help him with his tech issues, that would be wonderful. That would be great. Man, I wanted a really good discussion here. I was hoping for an excellent back and forth. He wanted to do something non-drama related, non-politics related, philosophy related, rhetoric related, and I was looking forward to seeing what he had to say. Hello.
Are we finally connected?
You can hear me. Or I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly clear.
Okay, you are you using a cell phone mic or something?
No, I'm not.
Here, I don't know what it is with your mic, but I can hear it. It just sounds weird. Okay.
How so?
I'm adjusting your volume. It's tingy a little bit. It's like there's some background noise that also comes through. So I don't know if you're watching TV or something. Hello?
How about now?
You know what? It works for the purpose of our discussion. How are you?
Can you hear me? Is it better though?
It's close enough for government work.
What does it sound like?
I'm struggling for the words to explain what it sounds like, but it sounds distant and as if you were in a room where lots of stuff is going on. Your gain might be too high.
Oh no, it's not my gain. I don't even have that up.
I don't know what to tell you. Again, let's not get stuck on this because I can understand you. I can hear you. My audience can understand you. My audience can hear. And so, yeah, let's have a discussion.
My connection must be really bad.
It's possible, but again, let's not get distracted. This isn't a tech support stream. I want to talk to you about the issues that you've had with me, right? You said you were going to take me to task. You said you wanted to talk philosophy and rhetoric. And I am here at your disposal. The floor is yours for the next hour, sir, to talk to me about whatever it is that you want to talk about. If you want to spend this hour doing tech support, we can. Yeah.
Well, you keep breaking up for me in the middle of a sentence.
Okay. That is a connection issue. I don't know. Are you on Wi-Fi?
Actually, you're actually better now. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Okay. Well, find a spot where the connection doesn't jump in and out because, at least on my end, gang, have I been clipping? Have I been cutting in and out on the stream side?
No, I'm just cutting out. You're cutting out on me.
Okay. Well, we will do our best to work.
All right. Yeah. How is your speech going about? What was your speech about? You were talking about earlier.
We were talking about lack of purpose and meaning in modern day society, the reasons for that, the possible solutions. We're also talking about the over-atomization of society, how people are defining themselves into smaller groups rather than leaning on their commonalities, and how I think that's harmful. Beautiful, gang. We're welcome to the 𝕾𝖎 show, right? Welcome to this wonderful stream where nothing works. Yo, remember at the beginning of the stream when I complained, right? I whined about Sunday, continually putting off the challenge that he gave me, right? He kept pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back. And that's annoying to me. Equally annoying to me. You challenge me. You say, I want to come on your stream. I got shit to say. And you don't do any vetting on your tech, right? Your connection's shit. Your mic is shit. Don't have a camera. It's fine. We'll work with it, but it annoys me. Chud Logic versus Kidology. I don't want to litigate that drama, to be clear with you. Honestly, I'll say this about this. It is in everyone's best interest to drop this shit. Everyone's best interest not talk about it. If Kidology didn't want to be harassed and bothered, and it's not good that she is. I want to be clear. Someone's fucking with Kidology and they need to fucking stop. Straight up. People who are accusing her of being a sexual harasser or a sex pest are off their rocker. It's just not true. But she just needs to stop fueling the fire by responding to trolls. The best way to get it to stop, and I think she wants it to stop, is just not to talk about it, not to respond to it. Just to let it die. Like, let them start. Because win or lose, and to be clear, look, her stream that she did, I saw most of it. Very crystal clear. I think that she took a huge W here. But if she keeps picking at it, it'll turn into an L. So she take the W, go home, let it lie. That's my advice. Unsolicited, I know. But Kidology, if you're listening, that's my advice. Wickology 101. Yes, cash out your chips and call it a night. You are ahead. I think it's clearly ahead. Everyone I've talked to independently, some people who really don't like Kidology, right, who think she's boring or annoying, think she's taken the W. I'm going to give Origin another 5 minutes to fix his stuff and come on. Testicle Johnson, why are you harassing people in my chat? What is going on? Ginger, nice to see you. Are you excited for tomorrow? Ginger Ramoth is going to be one of our guests for tomorrow's stream. Oh, I need to get my Tenflix. Are you watching this? Are you listening? If you're listening, we need a poster made. I'll get you the guest list. But if we could get a poster tonight for tomorrow, that would be beautiful. I would love to advertise it so we have a little more attendance. Admiral Love, hi everyone, what's happening? We're waiting on Origin to fix his stuff so he can come back. Rora's gonna be there. Rora Pickles gonna be on tomorrow. It'll be great. I have to tell a couple people that they didn't get in. Origin of the Logos DM'd me, or he tagged me in my Discord. We need to move this conversation again. My Wi-Fi is fucked right now. Don't know why. It is what it is, gang. Okay, I guess we're not having an Origin talk tonight. I guess what we're going to do then, if we're not going to have Origin, right? What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do Collins? I wonder if Katie's around. She wanted to do Collins with me yesterday. I wonder if she'd do Collins with me right now. Okay, I'm going to leak our DM here. Hey, my interlocutor failed and I need content. Come do Collins with me right now. That's why I DM'd her in all caps to let her know it was urgent. We'll see if she sees. I don't know if she... Katie is being all Jewish right now. I don't know what that means. Oh, Katie, come backstage. Oh, she actually responded. Ah, hello.
Hello.
Don't sound too excited to be here, but look.
Dude, I closed my stream and I'm all like napping, and you're like, "I need you, bitch." It's like, okay.
I did not say that. I said, please help.
Oh, you did? So you don't meet me, so I can leave.
I said I never called you a bitch. I just want to be clear.
What if I want you to call me a bitch?
I'm not going to call you a bitch.
What if you are being a patriarchal, misogynistic, bad man for not doing what I want and calling me a bitch?
Then I guess that I'm being a patriarchal, misogynistic, bad man. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, Origin's Wi-Fi, apparently, the man I was supposed to talk to, shit the bed on him. So he's unable to connect and unable to talk. And gang, so we're kind of flying on the seat of our pants right now. We're kind of just kind of winging it, as they say. So I think we are going to do call-ins. I think me and Katie together are going to take your calls. So if you want to get in here, you can. You can jump backstage right now. Okay. You can join my Discord, click the link, jump backstage right now, and I'll pull you in. Admiral Love says, good stream, guys, later. Well, later. We'll see you later. Christ in heaven, this is awful already. Get Origin back. I'd rather watch him waffle around with his connection for an hour or two. No, we're doing this. We're doing this. Okay, got some callers. Jabbar. Let's do Jabbar first. Jabbar's been waiting. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey, you got a camera for us?
How are you doing?
Doing well. We're taking calls, me and Katie.
What?
So welcome, first caller. What are you doing?
Talk about this alphabet people thing?
You want to talk about the alphabet people?
Yeah. Fun.
What about the alpha? I'm nervous. What about the alphabet people, dare I ask?
I don't like them.
What? Can you be more specific?
I don't like them the same way I don't like Muslims, for example, or other people that want to disrupt the peace.
Katie, do you want to take this one?
No, Wick, this is your show.
Oh,
You're a leftist, aren't you?
Okay. In what way do you think that the alphabet people, quote unquote, are disrupting the peace?
They have a month for themselves.
Okay, I understand. Like, do you think that's disruptive?
It is disruptive some of the times. And B, it has been disruptive.
How so?
Well, when you close a road, isn't that disruptive? To do any type of an event.
I don't think that, like, so is a 4th of July parade, is that disruptive?
Yes.
Based.
I mean, I guess. I just don't think that is bad.
No,
right?
wait. 4th of July. No, it's not disruptive.
Well, wait. Why is a 4th of July parade not disruptive, but a Pride parade disruptive?
Because, if I'm not mistaken, the 4th of July, there's no parades.
There absolutely are 4th of July parade. And
there are parades. They close the roads.
Well, yeah, there are plenty of. There's Memorial Day parades. There's plenty of parades that are not on Pride Month that happen, right? You got 4th of July parades, the Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade. You have Memorial Day parades, Veterans Day parades. Sometimes localities will have a parade to celebrate their own local holidays. Like, it happens all the time. Kidology. Hey, Wick, can I wait backstage? No rush. I'm not sleeping these days, so don't prioritize. Yes, come backstage. Kidology, come.
I didn't know that.
No, go on, Jabbar. I want to hear why a Pride parade is disruptive, but a July 4th parade is not.
The 4th of July has been around for longer.
I mean, yeah,
You're used
that's
to
true.
it. You're
But-
used to 4th of July parades.
Yes.
You're not used to Pride parades.
Pride parades, we're pretty used to it right now, I think. Like that, those have been going on since 70s and 60s, right?
No.
Yeah, they absolutely have, right? You had Stonewall in 68, 69, and they had Pride parades to commemorate that. And they've had those since the 70s, at least.
So there were gay people on the streets?
There were absolutely gay people, yes.
Oh, I like that. Actually, you know what? It would be better if the parade was it would like go out, have their parade, play some Freddie Mercury for us, and then go home. Wouldn't that be nice?
I like Fred Mercury, I'll say that. But that they do that, don't they?
No,
What do they do now? Do they
stick around.
stay?
They do it for a month. It's not just a day. The 4th of July is just a day.
Katie, your
Wait.
turn. Your turn.
Is it or is it not a month?
Wick, I don't think you want me in this. Do you want to retain this viewer or not?
No, we're free speech here, Katie.
Yeah, I'm just talking. Come on.
We're just talking. We're free speech. Go ahead.
I love everybody that loves everybody.
I don't think you love everybody. I don't think that's true. I think
So, can I ask?
you pretty much indicated that
Let me ask this way. Let me ask this way.
How did you make that assumption?
Jabbar. Let me ask you. Okay. Who is your favorite alphabet person and who is your least favorite alphabet
Can
person?
we stop saying alphabet person?
Okay.
It's too many. I cannot remember them all.
Okay. Jabbar, thank you for calling in. Thank you for talking. But for now, we got some other callers. I'll let you go. Kidology, you gotta jump backstage if you want Jackson to be backstage. Okay, I will give you the link again. Okay.
That was a troll, right? That has to be. Okay, don't say anything. Fine.
Give me a second. I gotta
help Kidology. Yeah.
Help Kidology. Look, Origin needs help. Podology needs help. Jabbar says himself he is not a troll. My chat.
Okay. Jabbar, honey, you were given two explanations to why 4th of July parades are the same as like Pride parades. The difference is that you don't like LGBT people. Okay? Like just be honest. It's okay that you hate people. It's okay.
Okay, we'll bring on Dajar for a minute. Hello.
What's going on?
Oh, just being we're making it up as we go, gang.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait, what do you got for us? What's on your mind?
The President Sunday stuff on Twitter has been pretty interesting, and there's a lot of content there. So
you got to be more
specific.
Farm
that a little bit. So why is he dodging your debate so much? I really got to know.
Okay, look. Saturday, he put it off because he was sick due to pollen. Tuesday, he put it off because he thinks we can get Vosh to moderate, and he wants Vosh to moderate. We're waiting on Vosh. That's where we are.
Good luck.
That's what we're doing.
Good luck.
Can we just point out that it's funny that President called out 𝕵𝖎 for wanting to suck up to Vosh while President's most day job is to suck up to Vosh. Like, can we just agree that that's kind of funny? No? Okay, that's fine.
He's
Yeah.
an interesting character, President Sunday. Very very interesting character. I was also curious why you're so like adamant about like platforming people like President Sunday when he does stuff like this and he tries
What do you mean
darndest.
adamant about it?
Like it seems like your whole MO is to be like the place where anybody pretty much
Yeah.
can come talk about stuff, right?
That's the goal, at least.
Well, with him specifically, I feel like he's one of those people where he's so inconsistent that I feel like you would eventually just get fed up with dealing with his shit.
I mean,
Because this isn't the first time he's had a debate that he's ducked multiple times. I mean,
that is true. That might happen. I might get annoyed with him so much that I no longer have him on. That absolutely could happen. But I'm a very patient person. It takes a lot. It takes a lot for me to not want you on ever again on my show. I am forgiving as well. So I think that even if someone is inconsistent, they'd still deserve a voice. And so if they want to call in, or if they want to come on my show, they're welcome to. Again, if you are inconsistent, I won't prioritize you. If you treat me poorly, I won't prioritize you. But if I have an open call-in show, I'll definitely let you in. Katie, I'm going to DM you something because someone asked me a question, and I don't want to pressure you by asking you publicly.
Okay, so someone I don't want to talk to wants to come on? Okay, good.
Basically.
that's all right, yeah.
Like, that was
brand.
so stealth. That was, like, good. Like, glad we dodged that one.
Well, I can just not. Look, I'm trying, okay? But
You're trying? That was, like, the least subtle thing on the fucking planet.
I'm not good at being subtle. I am not good at being manipulative or puppeteering or being subtle or discreet. I'm just
Yeah, sure. If Sansa wants to come on, he can come on.
Okay.
If he's rude, I'll just leave. It's not a problem.
noted.
All right. Well, I guess the last bit I'll leave you with is try not to be so open-minded that your brain falls out of your ear. Like,
Hey!
I like you,
Well, I like
But-
you too.
but
But
some of the people you have on
wait.
just.
Why am I being too open-minded by letting people on? Like,
I
do
think
you
President
understand-
Sunday
just let me finish,
is
let me
like a
finish,
specific case.
Let me finish. Because you understand, right? That just because I platform someone or let them on my stream doesn't mean I agree with them or like what they say, even, right? I don't even like them sometimes.
Yeah, I just think that the ethics with which a person operates should dictate somewhat the amount that you platform them. I guess you haven't really had Sunday on that much recently, so that kind of is a little indicative of where you stand.
What about Sunday's ethics? Do you have like, I get that, like, if he's inconsistent, it's not useful to Wick, but I'm wondering what specifically about Sunday makes him a special case.
He's just a little dodgy as far as showing up to things, and also the thing with Erudite and Nick, it's just
I see.
there's a
that
lot
makes
to
sense.
unpack there, but oh my god, he's like, that was some schizo posting shit that he was doing with that, and I feel like your friendship with Erudite should matter a little more to you than having that inconsistent
I
troglodyte on.
promise you, right, that my friendship with Erudite, I've talked to Erudite. This is between me, Erudite, and I don't make these things public.
Yep, can't say I blame you. It's
Sorry.
smart. All right, see you, Wick.
That was
Do
funny.
you all think that I just do things that might hurt my friends and just do it willy-nilly? No. If I think someone might have a problem, I'll discuss it with them. And my discussions are not for your consumption. My decisions are not for your consumption. If you don't like my decisions, you can tell me, right? That's fine, but they're my
I
decisions.
also think people get really confused, like the viewers, because you and I were having this discussion on VC one time, right, about how viewers don't get that, like, streamers are both colleagues, but it can also be friends, and like you have to calculate content versus like potentially putting your friend in an awkward position, and it's like it's interesting the way people see it, you know. I don't know.
I think no, you're right. You're right. It helps to know that there are multiple. Dear viewer, let me try this way. Dear viewer, remember that the wick you see here is not the only wick that exists. I exist outside of the streaming time I'm streaming or tweeting. I exist outside, right, of my public persona and presentation. I have relationships with the people I work with, some cordial, some less so, but it is still a thing. $5, 𝕍𝖎. Oh my god, Wick, if you can't let your chat dictate how you conduct your friendships, who can you listen to? Very dumb of you, Wick. Kick my head. True enough. True enough. Next.
Yeah, I also like for all the disagreements I have with Erudite, I think people don't really get her as a person if they think like there would be an issue there, but whatever.
What up?
Howdy, how's it going?
I'm okay.
Here, let me get my camera for it. Jesus, what the fuck?
Sorry.
Here, 1 second. Let me get my camera on for you since I know you love that so much. Seeing my beautiful, beautiful face.
I do like cameras, actually.
All right, there we go. Hey, how's it going? What's
Frankel
the?
is handsome, isn't he? That's like one
thank
thing.
you. You're probably gonna change your mind on that after we talk here. But what's like the general vibe today? What's the topics been about?
So today has been a wild one. I did some solo content earlier where I talked about the lack of purpose and crisis of meaning that we're facing in our community.
Yeah, that was
today.
bad.
We were talking. I talked about the atomization and individualization of society in a harmful way, where we de-stressing our commonalities and emphasizing what makes us different, and I think that's hurting us. And then my interlocutor, who was supposed to be here, their Wi-Fi sucks. They couldn't make it. And now here we are.
Gotcha.
Stuck with me.
All right. Well, I just saw the opportunity to talk to Katie and you at the same time, which is convenient because you two were on on your show a couple of days ago, and Katie said that you facilitate fascism or fascist rhetoric, and then specifically cited me and the discussion around the 𝕵𝖎𝖙 stochastic terrorism conversation as one of those things, heavily implying that I am a fascist and you supported my speech by allowing that panel to happen.
Okay, let me fix that for you. I wasn't implying that you're a fascist.
Okay, cool. So you don't think that I am a fascist? So why would that conversation have been fascist or enabling fascist rhetoric if I am not a fascist or don't use fascist rhetoric?
Oh, it was like sinking into a fascistic way of thinking, right? Focusing on some trans panic bullshit about trans people being mass shooters when that's simply not an issue that exists, not even something that is brought out in statistics in a meaningful way. So yeah, people who aren't fascists can perpetuate like fascist narratives. That's how that works sometimes, you know?
Okay. So I know you were on that panel, and I thought that maybe it was just like the fact that we were in the middle of the conversation, and sometimes it's hard to fully understand someone's points while you're like in the midst of it, especially when there's a bunch of people who might be misinterpreting the statements as well. But you still think, in retrospect, that I was saying that there is a problem with trans shooters in the United States.
No, I think that what we choose to put emphasis on, especially as we advocate for certain things, matter. And the fact that the entire panel was about 𝕵𝖎𝖙 potentially doing like stochastic terrorism because there was one case that we didn't even know what's up with it, to just contribute to a trans panic instead of talking about actual gun control and the vast majority of people who are mass shooters, which are mostly white supremacists and the likes. that was kind of lost because that wasn't the focus. And what people choose to focus on is partially a good indicator for what they're pushing, whether they intend to or not.
Okay, so I want to just reiterate really quick what my point was. My point was not that... What?
Good.
Okay. My point was not that trans people are like on pace to become like the next great mass shooting demographic. My point was not that there is a problem with trans shooters in the US. My problem was with 𝕵𝖎𝖙 rhetoric and how it could have possibly been the catalyst for either that shooting, which there is a world in which that could have happened. We still don't know. They still haven't released that with the manifesto, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not that he did do it, but the possibility, given that his rhetoric was the way that it was, it could have been that way, or could in the future become a like stochastic terroristic influence. Do you recognize the difference between these two statements?
I do. So when I talk about the possibility that the panel that you wanted and the WhickTV facilitators could have enabled fascist rhetoric, do you realize how us talking about things that could have, that don't have basis in reality, do have certain implications? So I'm not saying that it could have, I'm saying that it has, because you saying this could have possibly done something bad without any merit to it was not good. That was my point.
Okay, you're saying that has no basis in reality, okay? Mm-hmm. The basis in reality that I was referencing specifically was 𝕵𝖎𝖙's rhetoric, which we can all go back and see. So there was a basis in reality to a direct basis in reality that I was referencing to make my argument. Do we agree on that?
𝕵𝖎𝖙 has a certain rhetoric that you interpret as something that could potentially propagate stochastic terrorism. What is not based in reality is us knowing if it actually is that or not. Your interpretation is he said something and this is what I think about it, therefore it's based in reality. And when I say it's not based in reality, I mean we don't know that it does that or that it did that.
Okay, so when I say that 𝕵𝖎𝖙's rhetoric has the same logical makeup as like the rhetoric that he has called in the past stochastic terroristic, rhetoric. Mm-hmm. Why is this supporting fascist? Like, if anything, 𝕵𝖎𝖙 using those talking points or that rhetoric is the thing that is supporting fascist rhetoric, because he's doing the exact same thing that the fascists did that supported or that incited the guy in Christchurch to do his thing. Right? I'm using the logical breakdown of 𝕵𝖎𝖙's statements to point out that was the reason why I was making the argument, right?
Okay.
So it has the same logic structure, right?
Let's try to build a bridge then. Can we agree that, okay, do you think there's something that could have the same skeleton as something that would produce stochastic terrorism, but even though they have the same skeleton, one will and one wouldn't? So if I say, do you get what I'm saying, or do I need to clarify it?
I understand what you're saying, but I would need an example of this, because when I say the same logic structure, this is what I'm saying. Okay. Right? We have X group that is creating harm in society. You have no recourse electorally. You have no recourse socially. This is the build-up to the extinction of Y group. Therefore, you ought to think about, and then heavily implied, and then he would heavily imply, and just like the people who had done it before, heavily implied that violent action was necessary at some point, undetermined in the future, but based off of all the premises, he's already explained how it is already time for violence, right? In the same way that they did for the arguments for immigration, right? So exact corollaries would be this. We have like the old right-wing rhetoric, which would be essentially, okay, well, they're importing all of these brown people. Because they're importing all of these brown people, you are losing your rights and your say in your own country. Because you're losing your own say in your own country, you can't fight back against this, and they're actively damaging it, like the white race. If you speak out against this, you'll be detained in some way, or you'll be retaliated against. So because you have no means to push back electorally, because they're replacing you that way, because they're doing it culturally, you have no social power. There might be a day in the future that it's time for us to defend ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So that is the logical, or that is the statements that they would make for the white supremacist side. Now, 𝕵𝖎𝖎's rhetoric was, there are people who are taking away your rights electorally, right? Like right-wing states taking away trans rights. So because they're doing that, you don't have a say in your own government. Socially, in these places, you are essentially excluded, especially because of the legislation that they're passing. So you can't push back socially. There is coming a time when it might be... and it might be sooner rather than later that it's a good idea to arm yourself up. And then there's all the argument or the statements about like taking pot shots at conservatives from windows. So like the logical skeleton here is exactly the same. I wouldn't even say that it's just a skeleton. I would say that there's some meat on those bones too, right? So like...
Okay, so now going back to my question. If one... let's say they are, so there would be two meaningful distinctions there for me. One that I'm going to leave aside for a second. But let's say, I will say that they are identical, which I don't think they are. But let's, for the sake of the argument, say that they are.
Well, it is. Wait, really quick. This is pretty important.
Let you know, both of you, right? This is going to delve into a very deep and intricate discussion. I would love to have it, but we do have more people waiting in the room.
Okay, before you kick me off, can I just have her explain what the difference is between my two examples of 𝕵𝖎𝖎's rhetoric and white nationalist rhetoric?
No, not the rhetoric, just the substance of the argument. But that's why I didn't want to go into it, because I don't think that's the main part of what we're arguing about.
The substance and not the skeleton.
The validity of the claims, one versus the other.
One is correct, one is incorrect, and therefore correct.
One is more in line with reality, and one is fear-mongering from conservatives. Yeah. But that's not the main argument that we're talking about. The question is really if there's this skeleton or meaty skeleton that has actually inspired mass shootings, and there's the exact same skeleton that has done none. The rhetoric might be whatever it is. One inspires stochastic terrorism and the one does not. So do we call the person that no stochastic terrorism happened on their behalf like stochastic terrorism? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I guess, like, for my final statement before I get sent into the void, I would say that...
Doesn't matter, you're getting sent to the void! Sansel,
wow,
I love you.
That was rough!
I love you, and I'm sorry, but I needed to do it because it was funny. And I needed something funny in my life. It's been a hard week.
Yo!
Okay? It's been a hard week.
I disavow!
I need a little fun in my life. Sansel, I want you on this to discuss in more general with Katie. We'll set it up, I'm sure, behind the scenes, but we'll have a stream dedicated to this. I promise you to make it up for you. But for now, we have other people to bring in. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Got a camera for us?
Yeah. Sorry. Hi, sorry. I wasn't expecting to be called in so soon. We're in a
so soon. You've been waiting for a little bit.
Katie. So
I'm sorry about the mess that you're going through. That really sucks.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'll get over it. But thank you. How are you doing?
I've had a similar mess with a similar person myself, so
I'm so sorry.
I relate. It's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. This can be like the trauma bonding, you know, just like the support group.
So,
I love your hair, by the way. I always
Thank
love your hair, but
you.
I do love your hair. It looks great. It really, really suits you.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
Oh, I just thought I'd come on because I was watching your stream and you gave me some very good advice and I appreciated it.
Are you talking about the when I was
you were saying about
I mentioned
grifting and snakes and
oh yeah.
Sorry.
You're cutting out a little bit. So I
Am
didn't
I?
hear half of that. Can you repeat it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was watching your stream where you were talking about you were talking alone about snakes and grifting and all the things uniting us that are dividing us, and I thought, oh, okay, that's good. And then your call that you had planned with Origin didn't work out or something. So yes. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for being my rock these past few days. I really do appreciate it sincerely. So thank you.
Oh, that's why he's not in my DMs. Okay, that tracks.
What?
I see.
First of all, don't. Okay, so first of all, 𝕾𝖍𝖙, it really is no problem. I try to help when I can. I hope I did. I don't know if I did. I don't know. I honestly don't know. While you're here, though, I would like to kind of. I don't want to talk about the situation because I think it's best to drop it, right? But I did want to talk to you about dropping it, right? And kind of letting things lie. So I'll say this, okay? I don't care if you think it's boring chat, okay? I don't care if you want the juicy drama. We don't do that here. I understand that you guys... Okay, a little aside, incentive structures. People are like, yeah, get to the juicy details. We want all the good bits. We need to stop making people's lives our content. We just need to stop.
But there have been streams. They can go watch the streams. 𝕾𝖍𝖙 did a stream.
Can you guys not hear me?
Fuck that.
Hold on.
Go somewhere else.
People not hear me? People are having trouble hearing me.
Good.
But yes, I think, okay, so here's what I'll say on this, 𝕾𝖍𝖙. I think you took a W. I think that your stream, I saw it. Excellent stream. You laid things out. I don't know if I agree with all your conclusions here. I don't think DK is these sock bucket accounts. I just don't think so. But
I know he's not. I have proof.
Okay.
Okay.
But at the same time, your overall point was correct. It was just correct. Someone has been harassing you, probably multiple people. It's not okay. They need to stop calling you these things. But at the end of the day, giving them any attention feeds into it, right? So if you give it attention, if you address it, even if you address it correctly, it just feeds into it. It gives them what they want, and it creates this loop, right, that they want. And I
do understand that. I don't care for them at all, and you know, it's all done. But this is Chud's problem, and he needs to do something about it because this is just unacceptable. And that video needs to either be completely re-edited or taken down.
So that would be what your ask is for her to or is for him, sorry, for Chud to either take down the video or just edit it out.
Yeah, take it down, change everything of that. Yeah, definitely, because it's unacceptable, and he needs to grow up. He's pathetic. So yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all I wanted to say about that. I want to ask you.
That's all I've got to say as well.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
No, I want to ask her something.
Oh, go ahead, ask her something then.
Okay, so here's the thing that really pisses me off, right? I talk to dudes and about you, like, men are obsessed with you saying that you're a femcel. It makes them lose their brain, and they're like, it's frustrating because they're like, no, an incel is a person that doesn't have options, but then they'll say that you have too high standards, and it's like, you realize that incels also have standards. It's just you are a dude, so you approve of their standards, but you don't approve of her standards. And it's I have to, like, I need you to have a conversation about this with someone who isn't like a dude, because like it's so it's frustrating.
I know, and what I find interesting about this whole Chud logic situation is that now men are saying, "Oh wow, well this actually proves that she is a femcel because Chud logic rejected her or like all these sorts of things," and now they're having a bit of a brainstorm because they're like, "Oh my gosh, like this just doesn't make sense in our worldview of sort of like young woman." Older guy, all these sorts they try to come to all these little conclusions because it's just completely fucked up their worldview of how things work with like men and women. And it's just like, either way, it's so sad. But yeah, I think I think we just lack empathy for each other.
Yeah,
that's really the foundation of it.
Speaking of talking to more
no,
women.
So, but here's the thing: when you were on panel with Tom at the shootout with Zico actually said something that I think a lot of guys who talk to you about this don't get, and it's like this concept that a lot of incels, outside of just looking for sex, they also they don't just want sex. They want a girl to like them. They want to have a girlfriend. It's not just about like dick in pussy. And because they're like incapable of interacting those notions together, then what you're talking about seems, yes, sorry, Wick.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna bring Not So Erudite in because she wants to. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah. They think that the sex is going to make them happy, but it really isn't. And I mean, if you see today, like Sofia Vergara at the Gloria from Modern Family, I mean, her and her husband, who are both the most beautiful people in Hollywood, quite frankly, are getting a divorce. And I mean, how does that make sense? Like, how do the two most beautiful, most compatible people in sort of the world of physical attraction and the manosphere, how does it not work after 7 years? And I think it's these things which is just lacking profoundly in understanding and empathizing with other people and just with the situation and the plight of men and women in forming relationships and sustaining them. So yeah.
Okay, gang, I know that my volume's lower. I've tried to fix it. I don't know what to do. I have them low. I have me high. Is it still mixed here? I don't...
As soon as you said gang, Wick, I was sure you were going to say
gang.
Look, I did that because I paid
so
you money.
Good.
What do you mean it was so bad? Look, the
I said good.
Oh, I thought you said bad. I guess
it was brilliant.
Gang.
You just needed a stapler.
Yeah,
gang,
look,
gang.
I promise you all, if we get enough money, we'll all do it together at the same time, all four of us. If we get enough donations, we will all become NPC thoughts for the day.
You'll have to coach
I'll teach you. It'll be a
Thank
process.
you. I appreciate that.
Erudite, you got a camera for us?
Oh my god.
Just working on it. I'm here to yell at 𝕾𝖍. What do I need to do to get you to get... I'm in your DMs everywhere. What do I need to do? Tell me.
I'm so sorry. I haven't been looking. I've been getting a lot of DMs, and I know that most of them are just people from Chud's world. So I haven't been going, avoiding temptation, avoiding anger. So yes, I do apologize sincerely.
That's okay. Even before Chud stuff, though, no matter how hard I tried to slide into your DMs, I only got a response every like couple of months. Sometimes I had to ask Wick to ask you.
True. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at DMs. It's not my forte. I'm so sorry. I'll answer like one DM and I'll be like, okay, that's my labor done for the day. And then
okay, what do I need to do to be a higher priority than Wick?
What is going on?
Gang. Okay, sorry.
I don't think it's a matter of high priority. I think it's just always I click the first one, and usually he's the one who's sent me the most DMs like sort of at once, and so he's always at the top of the list.
So spam.
This is thinking, whoa. I need to defend my honor here. This makes it sound like I'm just blowing up her DMs constantly. That is not the case, okay?
Damn. Now I can't tell what's the truth. Wick's saying he's not blowing up your DMs. I know I am, so Now I don't know
I
what to do.
I have receipts. You know, I can expose.
Wick, look, Erudite is saying she's not getting callbacks. I'm not getting callbacks, and you keep getting callbacks. So it seems like someone is a higher priority. That's just how it is.
I'm not denying that part. I am saying that the reason isn't because I am just constantly hitting her up.
Okay, so from now on, when I message you, I'm gonna send one word per like entry, so that I'm just always somehow at the top.
Okay.
Is that
Wait,
work?
are you serious? Oh, is this?
Well,
I'm so sorry.
I'm mostly memeing, but now I'm wondering if I should do that.
I will look at your DMs. I will.
Is there an
I will.
optimal DM per minute ratio that I should send you to remain #1 priority over Wick?
Well, no, it is. As I said, it is because he ends up being at the top of the list, and I always.
I
just
know.
put the first
That's what I'm
one.
saying. I gotta figure out how often I need to DM you to be at the top of the list.
Yeah, Wick, how often do you DM her?
It's not about the frequency.
Clearly it is.
No, let me explain. Because there is a reason. And here, look, it's a science to this, actually. This is a thing. If you want response, you have to message them when you know they are on. So that when they check, you are at the top because you're the most recent. So you
How
find
do you
out
know she's on?
because I'll see her like my tweets. I'll see her tweet out herself. Oh, she's active. She's on Twitter. Gonna check her DMs. I'm gonna DM her. That's simple as. And this works for
True.
everyone too.
Because when I go off, even if I have like a list of DMs, like 20 or something, and I go off Twitter and I come back on, then it's all cleared. And so I forget all about it until Wick sends another.
What do you mean it's all cleared? It only clears if you open it.
No,
Are you-
like it clears like that little, it tells you how many you have.
Uh-huh.
And then when I go off Twitter and do something else, and then I go back on, if I haven't gotten another new DM from someone, then it doesn't show. And so I just forget about it or just ignore it. So just
You know what?
put it all up.
You
So,
are stealing
yes.
valor of incels, but not because you're a femcel, but because no incel would just never check their DMs. You can't claim to be a femcel and be like, I just never DM people back. That just makes you a ghoster.
Yeah, I am definitely a ghoster because online thing is not my forte in terms of communicating with people. I do the face-to-face thing. That's all I can really deal with. So I do apologize sincerely. DMing is
Yeah, I didn't
it
mean
is something
for
I
this
need
to
to
be
work
the.
on and improve on.
I didn't
So,
mean for this
yes.
to be the let's all call out kidology stream. So
It's fine.
no, but yeah. What else you got
It's
for me?
valid. It is valid because
Oh.
I don't check my DMs. So yes, there we
Oh,
go.
that's
Wait,
Go ahead.
out of I just want to check the levels of autism. To what degree out of 10, how seriously upset do you think I am?
Maybe about 7.
Okay, no, I'm like a 1.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm really not upset.
Okay.
I'm glad I checked because I was like, okay, she probably thinks I'm actually upset.
No, I'm sorry. This is also another reason why I probably don't check DMs because it does. I always fear that I'm going to say something wrong and then just end it with people. So it's always it's safer not to look and it's safer not to engage because then there's nothing that can go wrong. If that makes sense. That's just how
Maybe
it does make
That actually makes a lot of
my
sense.
psyche works.
It does make sense.
It's like a
Okay.
Pandora's box. DMs are like a Pandora's box, and if you open them, you don't know what's going to come out, and so you just don't open them. I understand.
Well, apparently
that.
it's Wick DMs that are coming out.
Because you know what to expect with Wick. You're not going to get weird.
You're
shit.
saying that she doesn't know what to expect from me?
I don't know what to expect from Erudite, right? I don't know
Come
when I get a
on.
DM from Erudite. What's going to happen? I don't know. Katie's the worst at this. If we're outing people, if I open my Discord and I see notifications with Katie's PFP and some like 5 numbers, is she going to be yelling at me? Is she going to be telling me I'm a great person? I don't know. Could be either way.
I never tell you you're a great person. I never do that.
I feel like my DMs are pretty consistent. I feel like
Fair
I
enough.
typically get back to people
I'm
within
mostly
like 24
memeing.
hours.
Yeah, I'm mostly memeing at this.
Yeah.
But I think the Pandora's box thing.
I'm trying to crack the code. Okay, you clearly have cracked the kidology code, so I'm here. I'm here to crack it.
Oh, well, we'll work on it together, I'm sure. Well, maybe I'll hold maybe this is how I can make money. I can hold like a course, right? Like one of those red pill courses, how to get women, but I can do it on how to get Kidology to answer her DMs. And I'll charge $50 a session, right, for an hour, where we go through and I just go through my technique, my proprietary technique that you can only find by subscribing to my channel, right? And we'll go through it and get it done. Erudite, thank you for coming.
Thanks. I'm not actually mad, Kidology, but do check my DMs, okay? I'll DM you once every 3 minutes just to ensure I'm at the top.
As soon as I'm done here, I will respond to your DM.
I don't even know if there's anything that important in there. Actually, I feel like I asked you a couple of good questions, so maybe there is, but yeah.
Okay.
I just saw you go on Wick stream and I was like, all right, now is my chance. You're so hard to get a hold of. I think I've WhatsApped you. I think I've DM'd you on Twitter. I think I emailed you too, so.
Wait, you WhatsApped me?
Yeah.
Do you have my number? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I said, hey, last time we had this problem, I said, how do I get in contact with you? Because you and I had a cute conversation about being friends. And you're like, I check my WhatsApp way more. So you gave me your WhatsApp, and it was the greatest lie that's ever been fed me. Because I think you check your WhatsApp less than any other thing.
Wow, I don't have her WhatsApp. Wow.
I know! Okay, I'm so in the DMs, but I'm also down bad. I'm going to end up on Reddit Nice Guys pretty soon here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
Kid, are you autistic? I'm confused. Was that a joke? Now I don't know if I'm doing the thing.
Oh no.
Okay. I wasn't aware. I was like, okay, I'll ask. I guess I don't know. So okay.
Oh no, I've never gotten a diagnosis or gone to a doctor or anything. I've never done any of that. I mean, I'm on antipsychotics and antidepressants. I don't know what that has to do, but that's been since I was a child. So that it feels like it's sort of a part of me now, as opposed to sort of.
Really, since you were a child?
So yes, I have. Yes. So yes, I'm crazy.
We're all a little crazy. Some of us are medicated for our crazy. Some of us remain unmedicated. Some of us stream because of our crazy. Some of us are crazy because we stream. Right? It's
yeah.
really
I mean,
different.
when I started school, I mean, I was on a one of those those things that you climb up at jungle gym, right? There was this boy in front of me, and he wasn't moving fast enough, so I just bit a whole chunk of his bum out. And like a whole piece of, meat and
cannibal
I was
Kidology
in school. So.
We are learning so much, gang. We are learning so much.
Yeah.
So was there blood?
Oh yeah, my whole mouth was full of like a piece of like meat, like.
Huh.
Yeah, it was like a.
How are you still single, Kidology? How are you still single?
I know.
Yes,
it's crazy,
it's a mystery,
isn't it?
right? It's a mystery.
Like, if you think guys wouldn't be interested in a woman that can bite a chunk of their ass, you haven't had sex, okay? Like that's I'm just saying. Okay.
No,
whatever.
I mean, I was expelled, so I mean, it was a sad ending, but nonetheless,
No, Katie, guys don't want, in general, I'm sure there's a few out there, right?
With consent, Wick.
But no, even with, no one is going to, no, I would never give consent for a woman to eat me, like literally tear off chunks of my skin.
She's not gonna swallow it. She's just
I don't
biting
care
it
if she
off.
swallows
She
it.
didn't swallow it. Why are you making this weird?
Do we know if she ate any of it? Kidology.
I don't know. Kidology, did you
eat any of it?
No, I didn't swallow it. I was annoyed that he wasn't moving, and I asked him to move, and he said, I don't know what he said. I don't remember. It was like I was a child, and so I just bit.
Yeah,
I think I was going for the pants, but then it just got a bit.
Did you get any of the pants too? Like, did you bite? Like, did you tear his jeans or shorts? Or
I was going for the pants. The pants sort of like pulled down, and then I went for the flesh. So, I mean, when I talk about it, I still have like a really visceral, like feeling of like that. It was a very, not pleasurable in a sexual way, but pleasurable in the way of like. I'm angry and I'm satisfying that anger right now.
How do you think this? How do you think this manifests in your day-to-day interactions today, or your streaming interactions, do you think that, like, when you get mad enough, you just want to, like, tear into people's flesh like that? Like, is that something that you want?
Only if they're in front of her. Don't make this.
I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure it out.
I have no idea. I'm a very since I was medicated, I'm a completely different person to they're sort of like who I was, and then I was medicated, and now I'm a completely different person, and it's weird. I sort of don't feel like myself. I haven't felt like myself because it's very, even like my sensations, my touch, everything. It's just so weird, very odd.
So this is from before you were medicated? Is that why
Yes.
it's okay?
Oh,
I'm
yes,
asking.
yes. Sorry. Yes, that was when I was a wee lass. Yes. So
Okay.
yeah.
It must be odd because I've never been on medication that made me feel like a different person, right? I just never had that experience. So it is curious to me. I don't mean to pry too much. If it's too much, just tell me to buzz off and pop my nose or whatever. But I've told this story before. My uncle, right? He has issues, and one of the reasons he doesn't like medication is because he said the same thing. He doesn't feel like himself, and he hates that feeling. Even though, as an outsider to his life, right, and just looking in, he's much better when he's on medication. Not like he's just better. He does better by every metric we can measure. So I guess my question for you would be, does this ever make you want to stop taking your medication because you just feel so different? Is it bad different, or is it, do you feel like you were losing who you are because you're on this medication?
Yes and no. I would say no, because I never had a sense of who I really was. I mean, just based on my like childhood and upbringing, everything, I never had a sense of sort of who I was and what I wanted. And so it doesn't feel like a great loss, and it doesn't affect like people, like family, which I don't have. So it's not as noticeable to me in the way that it's sort of it's reflected in people such as family members recognizing or acknowledging sort of a difference or anything like that. So
Fair.
Do you mind if I add a
life's
perspective?
not that deep for me, I guess.
Well,
But I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, Katie. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know what you meant, kid, when you said you were a kid. Like I started taking antidepressants when I was 14, I think. Then I did until I was like 20, and then I stopped for a few years. Now I'm back on it. But what I get into this conversation with people who I recommend to get on antidepressants, like a lot, because I have this conversation with people, and there seems to be a very common experience for people with some types of antidepressants where they feel like they're flat. So they wouldn't necessarily say that they're not themselves, but they feel like they're not really feeling anything. Like without the medication, yes, there were highs and lows, and the lows were really bad, but at least they could feel. And the medication makes it so they can't really feel anything, and then feel like, well, what's the point of living if I can't really experience anything? Which luckily I've never had that experience. So like, but that seems to be like a common thing. I don't know if it's a physiological response or if it's maybe because sometimes I'll meet people before they get on it, and it seems like they're just aware of this narrative, so it's kind of like a placebo where they think the med is doing something that it's not necessarily. But I also think that for some people, because like, you know, the different types of medication like treat different things, and I think that for some people
$10 from 𝕍𝖎𝖙 to say, tell Kidology I'm a big fan, or else. Sure. Thank you for $10. Thank you for the $10.
It's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Just to wrap it up. So yeah, I just think that depending on the condition that you have that you're treating, it's possible that because there's like conditions that you feel a lot. So it's actually a relief to not feel as much. But if that's not your condition and you get a medication that kind of flattens things out, it might feel like someone's turning you down on like the dial of life. And it might give you this grayish, boorish type of view of your existence, which I think a lot of people are scared of. That's at least been my experience with that.
That's very interesting. Yes. I guess I'm not sure if I feel flat exactly, but actually, no, that is a good word for it. It is sort of like a if like your feelings and your emotions can feel sort of very aimless, like it sort of feels like just like a big clump of something, and it's nothing's happening to that clump. It's just so that the clump stays there, just stays in place. It sort of feels like that a lot with antidepressants.
Use a less or perhaps a more loaded phrase. Would the word stable work for that?
Stable. I'm not sure, because when I do think about something, like things that do typically make me depressed, then I do get very emotional. I do start crying and all of that, but it's a lot more controlled than it would otherwise be. It would otherwise be very destructive, whereas now it's just crying. So
I kind of have a visualization in my head of like if the feelings are down here, there's like a glass on top of it, but like the milky frosting on top of it. So it's like you're on top and you're looking and you can see the feelings and you know they're there, but there's still like this separating sheet that kind of creates a bit of distance there and like intensity. You're not touching. It's like there's fire, but there's a partition there and you can see the fire, but you're not touching fire.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a really good analogy for it. Yes, definitely. Yes, I can recognize it, but I can't really engage with it very well. I think the angriest I've ever been is actually in my, sorry to bring it up again, but my live stream on the chat. There was one point where I was getting very angry.
If you, and I want to be clear, if you want
that was because I hadn't taken my medication that day, to be fair. So yes.
Just to be clear on this, like the reason I'm not talking about it isn't because it's not interesting to talk about, it's because I don't want to make someone's life's content that doesn't consent to be made content. But if you want to talk about it, if you want to discuss it, if you want to air your feelings out, you're more than welcome to. I don't feel like you have to hold back on my account. I'll say that.
Oh, no, it's fine. I think I've said everything I need to say. I mean, if you have questions, then I'm
I do
answering them. But
do you have
go for it? Yeah, if
do you
you'd
have
like.
questions, Katie?
I have a few questions, but it's like you go first, Wick.
I guess my biggest question, right, is, well, we already discussed what you want to happen, right? You want the video to be taken down or re-edited or redone in such a way. Does this make you less likely to want to interact with others in the future? Like, do you think that this is going to have a lasting impact on your streaming career in that regard?
Yeah, 101%. I'm so paranoid now. I don't trust anybody. I actually had to, like, I saw you streaming and I was like, this is mainly for me to try and like sustain communication with people and not to become too paranoid. Because I am very paranoid now and I'm not. Yes, it's completely soured my relations, I think, with the streaming community, especially with male streamers. I watched some of, I think it was Tomfoolery's like reaction to it, and I was just like, that I wasn't expecting that at all.
I didn't see his reaction. What was his reaction? I don't watch Tomfoolery usually.
Tom had some kind words.
Were they kind?
No.
Well, no, it was pretty horrible. And it definitely, it's not that I'm saying it was horrible because you know, I thought that he should have agreed with me 100% or anything, but it was just things that it just really showed me sort of the lack of, I think, it felt as if male streamers are sort of, they can do the most deplorable things and still there will be an excuse for it. But then there's completely different standards, I feel, and it's sort of as if they can't even see how absolutely, like, some of the things Tom Foolery was saying were absolutely brain dead, like things that he was saying.
That tracks. I can, fair enough, but
I
don't know
was
the
just, I was
specifics,
absolutely
but Tom saying brain dead
stunned
things.
about,
I get you.
I mean, I could only get through about like half an hour of it, but it was, he said, like, why wouldn't I speak to 𝕻𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜's girlfriend? And whilst I was explaining why I decided not to, and sort of the context of the video coming out at the same time, and it was as in, you know, this is my problem because I wouldn't speak to his girlfriend, and you know, it was just sort of like things that very much, I feel, just like a sort of a lack of,
Yes.
not even empathy, but just like
No, it's
sympathy
different
for the
it's
situation.
absolutely
I feel.
doubled standards. Just real quick, Katie, if I may just get this out. Watching the coverage of other dramas where men have been accused of being sexual harassers or been accused of being deplorable in that way, there are a lot of people who've made excuses for them. Like you said, made an excuse for them, like, oh, we need to be very careful about throwing the word around sexual abuser, sexual harasser. We need to be very careful about how we use these terms, we use these words. But then these same people have turned around and used these words just willy-nilly for you for the mildest of things. And seeing that double standards absolutely is something that I think it's a big problem. Like, honestly, we need to just stop calling people these things without huge amounts of evidence, right? We need to just stop calling everything sexual harassment, even if it's weird, right? Even if it's weird. Even if people are made uncomfortable, like, I can understand. I'll say this. I can understand why 𝕻𝖙𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔, his girlfriend, the people in his community were made uncomfortable by some of the statements you made at first. Absolutely get it. Absolutely understand. That's right for them to feel that way. It's okay for them to feel that way. No, I get it. But as I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, when you were made aware that this was making them uncomfortable, you stopped.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah.
But they didn't tell me. That's the thing. None of them told me that made them uncomfortable. It was not so erudite who actually told me in her own time in a DM, one of the few DMs of hers that I actually saw. So thank you. And so that's why. So yes, but yeah.
I think what was glaring to me
£5, €5 from Noah Brown. Kid, please remember there are many people who 100% appreciate and support the way you stood up for yourself. Go ahead, Katie. Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
I think what was glaring to me watching your stream, and again, I didn't agree with everything you said or like interpretations you have, and I'll tell you why. So like I actually DM'd a friend about it because I was watching the stream and I was like, hey, look, and no offense to you, I said, I know you don't like 𝕻𝖙𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔, but I just watched her stream and like, fuck, I admired the shit out of that. And the reason why I felt that way was because when you were explaining your perspective, it was very clear that you're not from this space. Because like when I got into the space, I'd be the type of person to say, why is this person following me and commenting shittily on my Twitter if they don't like me? Like if I don't like someone, I just wouldn't interact with them. So why are they doing this? You know, and you kept like saying all these things that really resonated with the way that I as a private person like would like to interact, you know? I wouldn't raid a stream of if someone I don't like is there, you know, because I wouldn't want to be around them. I almost left when 𝕻𝖙𝖏 said that Sansa was coming on, you know. I wouldn't have come on if I know that 𝕻𝖐𝖑 was going to end up being here, right? So like I tailor a lot of my behavior to dodge these things. And like the thing that like when you get into the space, you realize that there are a lot of stuff that are expected of you to engage in. Like, you're supposed to put up with people just following you for hate. You're supposed to put up with people coming to your chat to shit on you. You're expected to engage with them. You're expected to give them your time and your attitude and everything. And it was beautiful and sad to see you like struggle with all these concepts that I'm sure for someone like Tom, he'll look at that and he'll be like, that's just the business. That's what we do here, you know? That's very much Tom's attitude. And I think that like from someone who's not from the space, they'll definitely have a very different perspective on it, you know? And I know that like personally, I'm constantly being torn between like, well, this is the content. This is what you do. I have to go on this panel, right? But then again, I don't like any of these people. Why would I go on this panel? You know, like they make me unhappy. So why would I do that? And there's this back and forth. And it was just very clear that you're not from here and that you haven't like bought into it yet. And I was just sitting there and I was like, run, bitch, run. It's like, don't look back. Don't do it. That was all I was thinking.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Likewise. Yes, I feel quite wounded at the moment because I feel like something that I really believed in has just like been broken. I think I've always believed in the ability of people. Like if you disagree, you can still communicate respectfully and you know, openly and honestly with each other, and that, you know, it's possible even if 𝕬𝖎𝖙 doesn't like me and, you know, I'm like a woman who's very sexual, whatever, like we can still like, you know, be, you know, amicable and respectful as colleagues or whatever. And I think that, you know, when I saw that video that came out, like that just like I did not know what to do with myself. Like I was freaking out. You know, it was dark times. And I think it's, I don't know, I think I would just call it like naivety on my part. Like I'm very naive in that sense. And yeah, I think I'm grieving that because now I don't really know what to do. As in with the live stream or not talking to? Mm-hmm.
Okay, I asked, sorry, stream. So I asked her if she could go back in time and if the same situation had happened, would she make changes to how she acted here? Would she still have reacted to the video in the same way? Would she have still put out her live stream? Would she have still chosen not to talk to this girlfriend of Judd's? Yeah, that's my question. Sorry about that.
I think the video coming out was that sort of determined all my decisions, because before the video came out, like I said to, can I say who it was?
Yeah, sure.
That I was talking to. Yeah. I was talking to you.
Yes.
Because you were the messenger.
I was.
I'd said to you, like, if she wants to, I don't want to talk to her, but if she wants to, I'll respect that and we can talk. And then half an hour later, the video came out. If the video hadn't come out, I would have spoken to her. But when the video came out, the video was telling me to leave 𝕬𝖎𝖙 alone, but then she wanted to talk to me, and I just didn't want to get involved in something that I didn't. It just was getting very messy, and
you're the messenger.
I felt like he wasn't.
I thought it was a setup.
No.
No, that's why it was. That's why I did say that I would trust this person with my life. So, and that is true, Wick. But
yeah, well, I didn't know it was Wick, so I was like, oh, I don't know what person you're trusting here, but this looks shady as fuck. But I guess if it's Wick, I can understand.
Yeah.
Unless someone fucked with Wick. Yeah.
If they did, it was a long game, right? They've been fucking with me for months, right? I don't discount that possibility, but no, it was no. I could vouch for everyone involved in that, right? So, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a lot.
yeah,
But
yeah.
at the end of the day, right? I do think it would have been better had you. But I understand why you didn't, and I didn't press. Okay, your decision.
I do find it weird that I've never spoken to Chad Logic though, but that I would speak
Girl,
to his
that's
girlfriend
just
before
like
him. That's what really that messes me up a bit. Just in terms of what I said with how I really value in-person communication and everything. I mean, the fact that I've never even like exchanged like a hello, like, you know, by word of mouth with this guy, but I'd be speaking to his girlfriend who I didn't even know existed, like, you know, before, like a month before. It just felt a bit too, it felt very weird.
it's very involved for something that came public, right? That's like the confusing part. When I don't know if you
Yeah.
were here watching me and Wick talk about it, but it's like this thing where we're all colleagues, but we're also kind of friends sometimes with some people, and then you start hearing about each other's personal life, and then it's like, oh, he's from my chat, so I know him, and we DM, and he has a girlfriend, and that one has this and that and that, and it gets really creepy when suddenly you realize you're like having a conversation with someone who you've never spoken to, but they
Yeah.
covered you in a video, and then that and that, and it's like, wow, I have a
Yes.
full-on parasocial relationship with this person, and we're colleagues, but I've never spoken to them.
Yes, 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 exactly, exactly. Yes, yes. It just felt like things that I that didn't involve me and didn't pertain to me. And I just it just seemed very weird, a bit too weird. And I was also incredibly emotional and very upset by the video. And I couldn't trust myself with what I would potentially say to her. You know, I could have blamed her for the whole thing, of like this video and everything, and that because I was so paranoid and still am. Like I mean, I don't know what's going on with the sort of Chad team and people and
Oh,
everything. So yeah.
by the way, I have the chance, I guess, because we're here. So I was watching your stream, obviously, about the whole thing. Now I'm happy. So I was watching it, and the entire time I was thinking to myself, Katie, this is drama, and this is awful. Can you not watch this shit? Like, don't you have something better to do? But now I don't regret it, because I'm here, and we're talking about worth it. Anyway, this is the parasociality element, right? That's like, you end up talking to those people. Anyway, mind waves shitting about you for having sexual relation, like making every interaction with the dude sexual.
I am here for the
shut
shitting
up,
on my
shut up!
waves.
I need to
Okay.
finish this. When he goes on fucking Destiny to whine about women needing to assert more boundaries and shit about women for not being able to cross boundaries, or it's like no one bothered to tell you, hey, you're making me uncomfortable. It's just, girl, it was so good watching these people, because like I was involved in a different discourse about like setting boundaries, and to watch all the guys who were talking about women the way they were and see that none of them are capable of like doing the simple thing that they were victim blaming about, it was good. It was good. Thank you. It was so good. Justice.
Yeah. Yeah, that mind waves. Oh my goodness. You know, as I've told him twice to leave me alone for his own sanity, and he just wouldn't. He refused.
Because it's content.
Wouldn't.
Well,
And I thought,
that's it.
you know,
That's it. Like, if I may interject just real quick, that is what drives this space and the incentives I was talking about way back at the beginning, right? Before I let everyone else on stream. These incentive structures that are in place drive us to do things that do not help. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically what you said. I just think it was just very amusing to me how all these men who I told to leave me alone wouldn't leave me alone. But then you know, Chad Logic never told me to leave him alone, right? And I'm being blamed for not picking up on whatever, I don't know, whatever sort of like signals he was sending into the atmosphere. And so it's just, I don't know, it's a double standard again.
It is, but in the
that I
future,
see.
just real quick, in the future, what I would advise, right? My chat's telling me this, but I've already advised you this, so you know that's fair. Don't feed them. Don't just mute them. Don't even block them. Mute them so they don't exist. They don't see that they're blocked. They know nothing changes on their end. They can't tell. Just starve them out. Take the oxygen that they're trying to get from you and do not give it to them. That is the way to deal with these situations. And honestly, every time you poke at this, even though I know you want to, and I know people want to, and I know people feel right, like they should. And honestly, you got some points, right? You should, but it doesn't help. That's all I'm saying.
I
completely agree with
hear
you.
you, Wick. I just have to say, and this is a selfish thing. This is not so kiddo. Like, I agree with Wick. Obviously, that's the approach I take as well. I just know that, like, for me as a person who been in similar situation and like chose to starve out the flame as much as I could, like, it was nice to see someone who was like more brave than me to be able to be like, no, I'm actually angry and this is actually really fucked up. And I'm not gonna sit here and just like take this bullshit. Right. And like that's very selfish of me. But like I was watching that and I was like the meme, yeah, squeak. Like that's how
Thank
kind of
you.
like that. Also, it is really funny for people like Sick and Mindwaves and Chad that their whole career is based on not leaving people alone to suddenly get very like, we've told this person to stop engaging with us and stop talking about us, but they won't.
Well,
They're
to be clear,
harassing us.
no, to
It's
be
like,
clear,
this is your entire career.
Didn't-
What do you mean?
and this is a thing, as I understood it, and I don't follow this 100%, but didn't you stop? Like,
Yes.
because I would have
only-
an issue if you didn't. If you continued, then I think, okay, Kidology, we got to have a talk, right? But as I understand it, you stopped.
On the 7th of June, I got a DM from 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 just saying, heads up, Chad is in a serious monogamous relationship and he gets stressed when women flirt with him. And so I was like,
Sorry.
okay, thank you. And I've never tweeted at him. I've never anything ever since like the 7th of June. Haven't until I got now or last week this email from who I believed was Chad. And then I was in a bit of a dilemma again because I thought this was Chad Logic at first, and it was so weird. But I thought, oh, well, if he wants to be friends, but if he gets like stressed out about this and he has a serious girlfriend, like, you know, I'm not doing this whole like DMing this guy who I've found out is stressed out with like woman, okay? And also, as I then started to think, I thought, okay, maybe somebody has hacked his account. I'm sorry, I'm a boomer. I believe that people can hack things. Okay, I don't know how it all works, but I thought like something was going on with his Google account, which I would assume is his business account related to YouTube. And so if somebody's got access to his account and is doing this, then I'd want to know. But also, I'm not going to breach this boundary of contacting him when I haven't ever done so. And he gets stressed out by a woman. So I just made a light joke of it, just saying, you know, somebody hacked. And then I added him at Irrational Chad's account and just, you know, and I thought that he was literally just going to say it wasn't me. Because, and then I would be like, oh, okay, that's fine. That's okay. And then he could like fix it or something, like somebody could, you know, protect his account again or whatever. But he didn't say anything. And then Chad on the email responded. And so then I thought that must be Chad if he's responding like this, or wounded and hurt that I exposed his
Mm.
weird hello woman message. But yeah, naivety on my part. But yeah,
I have to say that it's like the most interesting part, I think, and like you brought up a bit about this concept of like misogyny and stuff, and I think you said yourself you're a weird person or you're an awkward person, right? But it's weird how this entire space is hell bent on us all giving space to the fact that men can make mistakes, men can be awkward. It's about like establishing boundaries. It's about like saying, "Hey, I'm just not into that," you know. But it seems like the main critique of you is like, "I think she's weird," and it's like, "Are you in kindergarten?" Because like she's allowed to be weird. That doesn't mean she's like harmful. That is such a weird thing to bring up as like a genuine critique of someone, you know? Like, okay,
yeah,
she did something weird. In your opinion, it's weird. I thought it was funny. I do it to Tom all the time. Like my entire existence in Tom Foolier's chat is telling him to come to bed, and I call him husband. Okay, like like that's our entire interactions. And by the way, speaking of boundaries, one time he was like, "Katie, you would not be okay with this if a guy talked to you like that." So I DM'd him and I was like, "Hey, you made a joke. It sounded like you didn't feel comfortable with what I'm doing. Like, are you okay with this? I'm really sorry if I was out of line." And he's like, "No, you're cool. I'm just like bantering back." And I'm like, "Cool, awesome." You know, just like simple adult communication of like back and forth.
yes, exactly.
Okay, Kidology, I do have a criticism.
Mm-hmm.
Mind?
Oh, go for it, Rick.
Okay.
You want to share her nudes?
You can't see. This is what the jokes that got people in trouble for. This is the jokes that got people in trouble. Again, I think this could have been and should have been avoided, right? If you had checked in with Chud or someone close to Chud or someone, and just made sure he was okay with it. I think before making those jokes or even right after.
Okay with what? She made
for making sexualized jokes. Right? She did.
I mean,
one
the nude, and it was in the context of he was reacting to.
I understand it's minor.
He was talking about the leaking of nudes.
I understand it's
and
minor.
It was.
Yeah, I understand it's minor, but I still would have checked. Still would have checked in. But that's me.
You
Maybe
wouldn't have done it.
I've made sexual jokes before.
I did assume that just based on his audience, based on how he speaks, right, edgy humor would have been okay. And it was okay in the moment because he laughed. He thought it was funny. And he even like confirmed and said, "There's no nudes, guys." And he was laughing. There wasn't anything uncomfortable. And I didn't like keep it on, or I didn't send any other super chats. I literally just sent the super chat just as like, "Thanks for reacting to my content. Like, I appreciate it."
I understand, but you did. But you did, to be clear, you did. I remember the other thing you got in trouble for with a bunch of people, right? Where you rated us all with the specs appeal and things. That was sexual too.
Yes, but that wasn't just Chud. That was all male streamers. And everything I said about your appearances was good. I didn't say anything bad about your appearances. I was very complimentary. So I don't understand.
I understand that.
No. Wick, you talked about a double standard. This entire space is about rating women all the time. This is the most bullshit shit I've ever heard in my fucking life.
I'm trying to explain, right? Maybe to both of you, right? And I explained to Kidology. We talked about this before Kidology when we had the crucifixion of Kidology. I tried to kind of explain this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, like, I thought it was funny, but I can understand and see why they didn't. Especially,
valid.
Huh?
That's valid. It's okay not to find something funny.
Yeah,
that doesn't
but what I'm saying is, from the perspective of Chud Logic and the people around him, seeing the nudes comment, "Oh, I'm not really comfortable with that," then seeing this comment, "Oh, I'm not really comfortable with that," and that they should have communicated clearer. Absolutely. But this is why I do check in. Like, that's why I check in with you, Katie, when we have a fight, right? And we're publicly mad at each other on Twitter. I make sure I DM you and say, "Are we cool?" Yeah, and we're cool, right? But I
Yes.
think that is the Achilles heel of kidology. That is a minor criticism, mind you, but it is a criticism.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I don't wholly agree though, because I think
shouldn't. This is bullshit.
okay.
Okay, well, tell me why. If you disagree, tell me why.
I disagree because we're not talking about you. You wouldn't have made the super chat. You explicitly said you don't flirt in DMs or in public because you don't want to draw that type of attention. However, there are other people with different types of content, and people who aren't you have certain mannerisms. For example, people don't know this about me, but if you come into my entire chat is just horny posting. Okay, my entire chat is dedicated to me flirting with my audience. That's all I do, right? And people understand that that's my space. And you know what? Because that's the space that I create. When someone comes in and they're making me uncomfortable, it's my responsibility to go, hey, I don't know you. Please don't talk to me like that. We're not like that. And I can set the boundaries. So it's your responsibility as a creator to say what you're comfortable and not comfortable with. And to suddenly go, it's not like she privately sent him nudes of herself.
I think it's both people's responsibility, though. I think it's both on the creator and on the interactor to both try to, if you're not sure, if it's not clear, to try to get clarity. I think it's on both people. Is that not true?
Let me try to elucidate why I think this is different. The two interactions that people are upset about were public interactions. If they had DM history, if they have ever spoken to each other, I would not say what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but
I'm not here to defend Chud in this. I think he could have held it, he could have acted much better too. Absolutely. Right? I agree with the criticisms that he should have contacted Kidology if he had a problem with Kidology. Straight up.
Okay.
That's yeah. If I have a problem with
you realize that your critique towards her is that she has made a joke that is sexual, and then she made another joke that is sexual, which is like, I'm sorry, that's like most of the humor for most of Twitch people. She made those jokes publicly. Like, what are we talking about here?
Look, you are acting as if I am saying that she is some sort of harasser or anything. I'm not. I think anyone who is calling her a sexual harasser is silly. That's obviously she didn't do any of that.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm just like, you pointed
out the double. I'm trying to empathize. What I'm trying to do, Kate, why are we making this a fight between us? Okay, what I'm trying to do is empathize.
Because you pointed out the double standard, and now you're enforcing the double standard, and it's stupid. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Fine, I'll shut up.
No, it's okay. I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm saying that when we look at, if people have a problem with us, it's helpful to look at it through their lens and see how they are thinking of these. And so maybe we can come to an understanding. We can still disagree, but we can understand where someone else is coming from. Why is this hard to do? Oh.
Do you think it's hard to do?
Well, I want to hear from Kidology. I want to hear what she thinks, because I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat here. I'm just trying to. If we're talking about it, let's talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Why do you think it's hard for me to see it from Chud's perspective? Do you mean, or whose?
No. I'm asking if you can see it from that side of the aisle, right? Like, can you see where some people would have looked at this and said, "Oh, this is a little weird"? No, I'm asking honestly. This is an honest question.
As in my jokes.
Yes, as in your interaction with Chud, such as it was, even public as it was. Do you understand how they could have looked at this and thought this was weird and inappropriate?
Yes, but I don't understand them seeing it as weird and inappropriate after sort of his response or neutral response to it, because I think it's sort of, because it was directed at him, for instance. And, for instance, when I made that joke to Shark 𝕾𝖍𝖎, he said that I must keep his name out of my mouth. I've never spoken to him, won't ever speak to him. So, you know, that's a clear boundary, not very nicely put, but nonetheless, that's a boundary that's still being put, and I respect that. And so I have no intention of ever like communicating with him or trying to communicate with him again. 𝕻logic never did that. And so I feel that the response of the recipient of that is crucial to establishing sort of, to, I guess, justify the sense of inappropriateness of a situation. I think, for instance, when Mindwaves responds to interactions that I'm
just
having
to be clear,
with...
just to be clear, and it's totally up to you, and I understand if you don't want this, but Mindwaves is begging, right? He's like, oh, let me in, but my instinct is to tell him no, because I don't think that'd make you comfortable, but if you're okay with it, I'll let him in.
Give me 5 minutes to think it over.
Okay, 5 minutes to think it over, but go on.
Gosh, isn't this fascinating? I've told him to leave me alone, and you're breaching a boundary that you're about to preach to me about, I'm sure. But anyway,
try to not be sexual. He'll get frightened, you know, because you have an issue apparently.
I know. It's just, I found it interesting, like when I was having sexual or sexualized flirty interactions with Real Smith, or with not even with President Sunday, but I'd say something like, you know, I'd love to spend the day of love with you, of course, you know, on Valentine's Day. And then he'd respond and to an interaction that didn't even pertain to him or involve him, and say, this is inappropriate, this is so creepy, you're so sexual. And I think that's, why are you putting yourself into a conversation that isn't your conversation?
Can I explain? Because I think I disagree, and I think Mindwaves took the biggest L's of all in all of this. I'm not gonna lie. If anyone took an L in all of this, Mindwaves took the fattest of L's. Okay, I want to be clear about that. But I want to kind of explain so especially on the left,
Oh,
we are told, if you see something, say something, right? If you see something, say something. So we are encouraged to get involved, even though we're not supposed to be involved, right? That's what we're encouraged to do. We are told, if you see someone being a sexual harasser, get in there and take them to task, right? That's what we're told to do.
But how's it harassing if the person is responding to me positively, if they're involved in, if we're having a back and forth, like me and Real Smith are having a back and forth about, you know, black women giving blowjobs, you know, and then he says, this is so creepy. Why are you always so creepy?
I can't defend him too much.
Is that why Smith posted that tweet? Girl, you burnt my Smith bridge with that shit. Because he tweeted something and I got so pissed at him. And now I unfollowed him because he annoyed them.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. He said that black women give better blowjobs. And then one of the trolls responded, and that's how I saw it, because he said, I hear 𝕾𝖍𝖙𝖍 single. And so I said, you know, I don't do blowjobs, like it's just not my thing. But then a few days later, Real Smith said something, like he answered a tweet of mine. I asked if I was autistic, and he said, you know, I don't think so. And I said, I'm not giving you a blowjob, Smith, but you're a percentage point closer. And Mindwaves decided to use that as an example of how I'm sexually harassing Real Smith, without any reference to like the context of it or why we're interacting that way. And Real Smith clarified and said he's fine with it because he finds it hilarious and he likes that kind of banter with me.
Okay, I know I know Smith consented, I know you consented, but isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Did Mindwaves consent?
Okay, Wick, I have to say something.
Please.
Look, here's the thing that really frustrates me, right? I think it's valid that some people are uncomfortable, right? I'm sure 𝕾𝖍𝖙 makes people uncomfortable. I make people uncomfortable. That's all good. Here's the thing, though. These people that 𝕾𝖍𝖙 showed, Mindwaves, Sick, I saw Destiny reacting to 𝕾𝖍𝖙, Tom,
Did Destiny react? Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how Destiny reacted. I saw a little bit. He was like, This is the most boring non-drama I've ever seen. And then
because he didn't. Oh my God! Don't. I'm not talking about this. Anyway,
I'm just telling you what he said.
I have a lot of rage about that segment of the whatever. These people have made like careers. I have argued with several of these people about the way that they talk about women, the way they sexualize the women, the way they want engagement with women to be safe, that it can be playful, that women should set boundaries, that women should do all of this and this and this and this. And then suddenly there's a playful woman who flirts, and suddenly Mindwave's dick crawls back into his fucking body. Okay, I think that's funny. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna take that seriously. I apologize. Like,
I completely get where you're coming from, because men constantly like tell me online like they wish that women would be more forward, more like, you know, more friendly with them, complimenting their appearances and things like that. And I do that. Like I take all my inspiration from like 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 of the Golden Girls. Like she's in today's online environment, she'd be considered a sexual harasser. Okay, like I'm not as bad as her, but in terms of like really like valuing the beauty of men, like, you know, it's something that I've always really just like to always compliment people on their appearances, men and women, and to just be just to break the ice. And it works like 99.9% of the time in like the real world that I live in. Like I literally flirt with every single one of my housemates here, and I don't even know their names, right? And we're in a really good, like, you know, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And I think that it's just, I think we're becoming so puritanical around sex because we're so scared of sex. We're not getting enough sex. We're not getting the sex that we want, and we're projecting those insecurities onto everyone,
Even
rather than.
yeah.
but it's not. But it's not.
Katie,
This is why. This is why you know this is drama, because these guys do not care about that. They are not puritanical.
I want to. I'm going to be the most good faith Andy I
I can see
can.
defeat on that.
I want to be as good faith Andy as I can. Okay, even if that's the case that they shouldn't feel uncomfortable, they did. They did. Okay.
Nobody said they shouldn't feel uncomfortable.
Let me finish. So, given that, right? And yes, they should have communicated better. Yes, they should have been more direct. But given that they did feel uncomfortable, I don't think it's necessarily out of pocket, right? That they had ill feelings, right? Again, they should have expressed it better. Absolutely.
Wait, who's they? The only person was Chud. Mindwaves shouldn't have felt uncomfortable that 𝕾𝖍𝖙 was talking to a different man.
Yeah.
Well,
Who's
Mindwaves,
they?
we can drag him together if we bring him on. I'm just letting you know. He's backstage. Okay.
I have never actually seen this Mindwaves person. I don't even know. All I know is from their Twitter profile picture before I blocked them for their own sanity and security of mind, because they were getting unhinged. So, you know, let's bring them on, because I'd like to actually try and humanize this individual being.
Wait. First, I just have to tell you, the reason why Adolf Hustler is not DK, 𝕾𝖍𝖙, is because I had one interaction with Adolf Hustler, and he was not mean to me, and DK hates me. That's how I know it's not DK. Like I've had an interaction with Adolf Hustler.
just to be clear, that it's not DK. I think, yeah, it's pretty clear it's not DK. So I don't know who it is. Right?
𝕾𝖍𝖙 debunked. That's it.
Okay. Well, I was doing my detective work. I was compiling all the evidence, and you know, when we go to court, we're going to present our own attempts at reconstructing what really happened, and we'll see who comes out victorious. Okay.
Okay, Mindwaves, you got a camera. She wants to see your face.
Oh yeah, I'm not speaking to a voice. I'm only speaking to a face, I'm afraid.
All right, hold on. Let me turn my lights on and everything. Give me a second.
This is what you call leaving somebody alone, everybody.
Well, okay, just to be clear, if you really want me to leave you alone, you wouldn't have let me to come on and talk to you, right?
So why are you here? That's the thing that I'm curious, because why are you persisting? You're putting yourself into a situation. I'm essentially obliged to talk to you because you're just so persistent, and I need to end this with you. This needs to be, you know, the beginning, the middle, and the end of any interaction between us.
just to be extra clear, because I don't like crossing boundaries that people have established, okay? So if you genuinely don't want to talk to me, then you could say so right now and I won't interact with you. But I'm under the assumption that you do want to interact with me right now, so I will. So you acting like you are going to hold this against me when you invited the interaction is extremely weird, and let's be real, it's just posturing,
Here,
right?
camera first before we get into
Yeah.
this. Camera first.
How
Okay.
did she invite
Aren't
the
you the?
interaction?
How did I invite you? You're the one who's been begging Wick to come on here. I didn't invite you.
I sent him one DM asking if I could get on. He asked you, and you presumably said yes, right?
I said fine. Yeah, I said yes.
Okay, so then you did invite the
Okay,
conversation.
camera before
That's
we
not what
camera
inviting
before we
is.
get into before we get into it. Okay, because that is a requirement that.
Are
So
her
as I understand
clothes
it, let me
inviting
translate.
you?
Let me translate. Okay, for a little bit. First of all, $2 from Adarius. Thanks for reading this comment, White. You're welcome. But as I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, Kidology is doing this to get closure. To say, okay, I want to be done with this. This is the last time. This is it. After this, nothing else. Because I want to figure this out. I want to be done with this. This is the done. This is it. This is the end.
Yes. I mean, I've already
Yeah.
blocked him on Twitter because he wouldn't leave me alone after I asked him twice to leave me alone for his own sanity, and he refused to. So I blocked him, and now he's here.
So to be
So,
extra
yes, it's intriguing.
to be extra clear on the verbiage, you said if you you basically said that if you don't like me, then you could stop interacting with me. You didn't say, "Can you please stop replying to me" or anything like that.
I did. I said, please leave me alone for your sanity.
Okay.
And you didn't.
Cool. All right. So now that you want to have this conversation, we're here. And to be clear, I want to keep this between me and Kidology and not Katie, because I don't think that would be a productive conversation.
Katie.
No,
I will.
it wouldn't be.
Okay.
I
Katie,
can leave if you want, Wick.
No, you're not gonna. You can stay, but I'm just asking you. Let them have their hash out. If I will, I'll set a ground rule. If it just turns into screaming and yelling, like, and that's all it is, and there's no productivity, I'll throw a flag on the play, right? Because I want people to feel comfortable in my space.
I'm just here to watch.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing I want to ask you, Kidology, is do you think that the standard for how we conduct ourselves should be that it's okay to make sexualized comments towards people so long as they don't tell you it's not okay, right? So like for me, for instance, right? So if I was going to go into my workplace and constantly make sexual comments about one of my coworkers that's a woman, should they have to tell me that they're not comfortable with that before I stop doing that?
Well, that's a non-situation, because ultimately we don't go into situations and just decide, right, I'm going to be sexual. We establish rapport with someone. We figure out sort of, what kind of person they are. We establish whether that's going to be appropriate. We use our instincts to figure that out. And I do that with the people who I interact with. That's why I've never been sexual with you, because you're a very cold, hostile person. So why on earth would I bother trying to be friendly to you? Why would I bother complimenting you? Why would I bother trying to be sexual to you? I am going to try with people who are actually responsive to that, such as I consider President Sunday a friend of sorts, so I'm happy to flirt with him. I consider Wick is more of like a mentor to me, so I wouldn't.
Can I interject?
We're in a different relationship, I must say.
Take it some
But
strains.
it's how you
strains here.
establish things
Ouch.
with people.
So if you only do it with people that you have rapport with, which I would say that can make it okay in certain contexts, depending on the type of rapport that you have with somebody, I would agree with that. But what kind of rapport do you have with Chet exactly?
I didn't just say rapport. I said it's also establishing the environment, figuring things out, using your instincts. So with Chad Logic, it was a matter of, I saw in this very American-dominated space, a British person. And I thought, oh my goodness, here's somebody British who is actually going to understand the banter, who'll understand, sort of like cultural references that I could make, who would understand the rather sexualized banter that everyday British people have, that I have with people every day here. It's culturally, it's a very normal, very everyday thing that we do here. And I also saw that he was a very outspoken, overt individual, and that he didn't hold back. He was happy to be crude, quite edgy. His audience is very edgy. And so I made an inference. Now I realize it was wrong, because there's a difference between chud logic as the persona and private chud logic. That it would be okay for me to be flirty. That would be okay for me to be edgy, because this was like an audience that predominantly males who are pretty happy to be quite crass, quite, vulgar. And, I'm okay with all kinds of humor, including that kind of humor. So I didn't think it would go down badly.
Okay, so to be clear, you had zero rapport with Chud. The only thing that you know about them that in your mind makes it okay to make these sexual comments at them incessantly, multiple times.
Incessantly?
Yes,
What,
like
twice?
No, like 3 or 4 times that you yourself went over on your
twice.
own stream.
Yes, I went over twice. Please go and watch the stream before accusing me of stuff.
Are you just gonna leave out the time that you went on stream and talked about how cute he was and all those comments that weren't directed at him but were about him on stream?
I didn't go on stream. He raided a stream that I was on.
Just
I
real quick,
said
because that was my stream.
I
That
thought
was
it was
my
cute.
stream.
Yes.
How's
How's
that
that sexual anyway?
My
call everyone
question for
cute.
you, Mindwaves. My question here for you, Mindwaves, is it sexual harassment if I started talking about how cute Katie is on a stream she wasn't on? Is that sexual harassment? Am I sexually harassing her?
No.
Would you
in
call
a
me a
bubble,
sexual harasser for doing this?
in a bubble that would not be, right? But if that was on top of other behavior such as the only interactions with you and Katie were sexually charged and one-sided, then yeah, that would be that would probably add to the case that there's something fishy going on here, right?
I don't think you would hold this standard to other men.
I would
we
hold
talk
that
about role
standard to
reversal,
everybody, men
right?
or
If
women.
I were to make comments about how someone is cute, or I liked how they looked, or I thought I found them attractive, or even I had a crush on them, right? And again, maybe I had made a comment in their chat, maybe I had made a post about it. You might call me creepy, and you might be right, but I think if someone called me a sexual harasser, you would say, "Whoa, we shouldn't use that word. That's you're creating incels right now. What, can men never approach women?" That's what I think you'd do.
I think you'd be wrong, because that's not the case, and I think that's a mischaracterization, kind of downplaying exactly what has been happening here. So to be clear, in my response to what Kidology said, I'll just go back and reiterate. Your only rapport with him is, well, non-existent, and the reason that
I didn't
you
just
thought
say
it...
rapport.
Okay. And my second point, which I was going to say, was that your reasoning for why it's okay to make these sexually charged comments towards him is that he's a British person and you relate to that, which is one-sided. That's purely on you. Second, that sexualized banter is just normal in Britain. So that everybody in Britain just goes around making sexual banter towards each other, which, in my opinion, if I was a Brit, I'd be extremely insulted right now because I just know that's not true. It's a little ridiculous comment to say. And that you have this idea that he's edgy, so that means he would be okay with sexualized comments towards him, which doesn't logically follow either.
You're completely misconstruing what I'm saying. Completely.
That is
You're taking
verbatim
this...
what you said.
Well, let
No,
her respond. Go ahead.
That is not what I said. I said that it's a matter of using basic human common sense and instinct, of reading a room, reading a situation, making inferences. That's how we communicate with people. We go into all social situations. It's a risk. We make assumptions about people based on the information that we're given, and then we make decisions on that. And sometimes we make the wrong decisions, and that's when we get rejected. And that's when the person tells us no, or not interested. Sure. Never got that from Chud, by the way. So it just...
I don't think that Chud should have to give off that vibe for you to not make sexual comments towards him, right? So, especially
that's not
because
how the real world works.
It is how the real world works. Because
no,
if I was to approach... Okay, well, if I was to approach anybody that I had zero rapport with and just started making sexualized comments about them, they would start to think I'm a creep as well.
Well, actually, forgive me, but we did have an element of indirect rapport. Like, he'd made videos about me beforehand.
That is not rapport. That is not what that word means, Kidology.
I said indirect.
That is
Okay.
okay. That doesn't
Okay.
mean anything. Indirect
So-
rapport doesn't amount to any amount of actual rapport.
Okay, so he said complimentary things about me in streams that he'd made on content that I'd made. He'd complimented me on sort of like my videos. He'd seen my channel. He knew who I was. He followed me on Twitter. I followed him back only, not actually, he followed me way before I even followed him. So there was an element of indirect rapport and like sort of a mutuality between us, right?
Sure,
And
I say and compliment nice things towards Markiplier all the time, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I have rapport with Markiplier.
Okay, well that's you, and I'm happy for you. However, you establish relations with people.
No, that's everybody.
I do it in a
That's
different
everybody
way.
except for you. Just because somebody had made
No,
a
it
comment
isn't.
about a personality online doesn't mean that you somehow now have rapport. This is you reading deeper into your guys' relationship than it actually exists.
I'm not reading deep into any relationship. I tried to, very openly, I tried to be friends with him. He didn't reciprocate. He didn't make it very clear.
In what ways were you trying to be friends with him? Let's be clear.
By joking around with him.
By flirting with him on a public platform.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that how we generally should encourage people to get to know somebody or establish a relationship with somebody before you have any amount of rapport?
There's no Firstly, I had an element of, as I said, there was rapport. Just because you don't understand it and you don't get it, that's not my problem, dude.
Can you reiterate what the rapport was exactly again?
Can I just? I've gone over it.
Can you answer that first?
I've gone over
Okay.
it. I've gone over it.
I do want to respect everyone here, right? And so I don't want this to turn into like a screamy, shouty, yelly thing, right? And I don't want it to get so frustrated. I do want it to be productive. So can I ask Kidology, right? Just for the sake of the discussion, can you just be extra really clear what you mean by rapport, and then we can maybe have this done. Is that cool?
And then I ask a question?
Maybe. Go ahead, Kidology.
As I said, it's sort of about indirect rapport. Like, it was just, we were mutuals. It seemed like there was an opportunity for us to be online friends, you know, just to have like a good relationship. And just based on what I've seen of his content, based on what I hear of him, based on the things that he says, how he interacts with the world, I did not assume that it was going to be a problem because I didn't know that he had this personal life and that he gets stressed out when women talk to him. So that's, again, if that was a problem, he should have told me. And he didn't. But ultimately, I believe that we had an element of indirect
rapport. Do you think that it's at all possible that that perception of indirect rapport is one-sided? Do you think that Chud is reciprocative on that?
Not now, not that he's ever told me, but based on sort of things that I was told by a mutual who said that he gets stressed out when girls talk to him, then I was like, oh, okay, fine. And so I never spoke to him ever again.
But did it ever enter your mind that that rapport the whole time was one-sided? Is that at all a possibility?
It wasn't that deep. Literally, I flirt with like everybody.
I'm going to ask you again to
online,
answer the question instead of dodging it.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. Do you think that that is possible? Yes or no?
So I think what is possible?
That the indirect rapport that you're referring to was one-sided. Do you think that that's at all possible?
Yes, but he should have told me. And he didn't.
So, to be clear, you were making these sexualized comments towards somebody off of your perception of the amount of rapport that you had somebody indirectly without ever interacting with them personally or knowing anything about them personally. And your expectation is that you should be able to make sexualized comments towards that individual until they actively or vocally deny you.
You're making this into some kind of academic argument.
I'm not being academic at all.
Based on how people don't even interact with each other. People don't think like this when they're just trying to be friendly with someone, when they're just trying to
You weren't
make
trying to
make
just
friends
be
with
friendly,
somebody.
to be
I
clear.
was trying to just be friendly. I have no romantic or crush interest in Chud whatsoever. I do this with men, with women, with anybody.
But you're
literally.
ignoring the implication and consequences of the way that you chose to interact with somebody.
There was no implication or consequence because he doesn't know my personal life either. My personal life is one where I was very committed to one person. This is just a way of interacting with people. It's a way of breaking the ice with people. It's a way of being friendly to people. And specifically, in my case, it's a way of being friendly to men because men don't get complimented a lot. They don't get sexualized a lot. And based on my audience, based on what men have told me, they like that generally. So as I said, in my audience and audiences that I've interacted with, it's something that is okay.
I don't think it's okay to just assume that all men enjoy being on the receiving end of
You didn't hear what I said. I
sexual,
didn't say all men. I said the men that I've interacted with, the men who I've been in community
which
with.
doesn't
It's
include
about
Chud
reading a
because you've never
situation in a
interacted with
room.
Chud directly. So
I said, I don't know why we're going over this, Mindwaves, because I have clarified this, that it was about me reading into the situation in which he followed me, he reacted to not just one, but I think
that
3 or
doesn't mean
4 of my
anything,
videos.
theology. That doesn't
Well, it
amount
does.
to no, it doesn't amount to any amount of rapport. That just means that
Wick, I'm sorry, I'm done with
Okay,
this. This is
yeah,
not going anywhere.
Mindwaves,
I'm so sorry.
no, it's fine.
wait, Wick, can you at least try to make her answer my questions?
I
No,
will
can I
talk
just
to
say
my.
this one
Hey, how
last
about
thing?
this? How
Because
about this?
can I just say one thing, Wick? Can I say one thing, please?
You can.
The reason I said that I would speak to Mindwave after I've told him twice to leave me alone, and he hasn't, and he begged to come on here and was watching this, and clearly is not leaving me alone,
You're
is because
such a
I wanted to
dishonest
get.
bitch. It's insane.
Hey, stop. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Why should I? I'm about to get cut off at this
Mindwaves,
point.
we can talk after she's gone. I will have a conversation with you. But right now, theology.
Me
Go ahead.
too.
It was because I wanted to get closure from this, because it is clear to me that you do not like me. I don't know why. I don't care why. It's completely fine that you dislike me. But please don't project your dislike and make it my problem when it's on you. It's your problem. You need to deal with that, and you need to do that.
You have
I
a
wish you the best.
parasocial
I
problem.
wish
You
you
know
the
nothing
best.
about anybody, and you
I
make
wish you the
assumptions
best,
about everybody.
Mindwaves. I wish you the best. Go well. I do not want to speak to you ever. I do not want to see you. And yeah, go well.
Okay. Mindwaves, we will talk after this because I have some questions. I want to pick apart this, but
Okay.
if you want.
Best of luck,
but-
Wick.
Can I?
Sorry about that. Like I said, I
That's
wanted
fine.
to give the opportunity for the closure things, but I didn't want to turn this into a shit show. I do want to talk to I want to be clear. If Mindwaves wants to talk to me about this or wants to go over this and things, we can. I'm more than willing to talk about it. But yeah, this is again, I gotta respect my guests. So go ahead, Katie.
Thank you.
Kid, and you can say no, and I completely respect. I would like to try to steel man Mindwaves without being a paternalistic asshole about it. Would you be open to that?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay. So I was going to be very honest, right? Like, you and I are adults. We will handle this. We will flirt later, okay? You will receive and answer my flirty DMs. Goddamn you! No. So I do agree that from your interpretations of things, and this is why I said earlier that it does look like you're very new to the space. And this is also what I felt when I was watching the original stream that you have. It does feel like you have an interpretation to like these public interactions that other people might not. And like, it's okay that that's your interpretations for things. I just think you're going to find it difficult that a lot of people would either call it parasocial or say it's inappropriate. In a lot of cases, I could even agree. I don't think Chud making videos is rapport, but I also think Mindwaves very dishonestly like got the rapport that he said from the first question. So I'm leaving that alone. Okay, so the reason why I don't see what happened is a big deal is exactly because this space is not just parasocial, but also as public creators, we talk about each other. Like, Mind Waves might be familiar with this. It's a very small creator. He's called like Destiny or something. I don't remember his name. And I think sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, Destiny calls other people hot on his stream and says that they're cute without having rapport with them. I also think that he has DMs with them and further flirts with them. And I also think that when he talks to them on VC, he flirts with them. So it's a bit dishonest of Mindwave to pretend like people calling each other hot or people like complimenting each other, like as if Chud never thirsted over anyone on stream ever and called them attractive or something.
Yeah.
Also,
sorry. No. Sorry.
Yeah, and then the implication that's like, let's say you did have a crush on Chud, not that you were, but it's just like this implication that like you can't have like a liking towards someone because you don't have a rapport for them. Then it's like every fan who ever sent a letter to a hot porn girl is like a sexual harasser now, apparently. I don't so this doesn't, sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say two things. I was going to say, like, when I said, I even remembered on Wick's stream when Chud raided. Yes, sorry, thank you. Yes.
I think that was the first stream we had together, actually. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, it was. I just remembered that. I mean, when I say that somebody's cute, I'm usually always talking about like their smile. Like that's all I'm talking about. Like when I talk about somebody who's cute, it's not. I don't know if you consider like a smile sexual, but I think that when men smile, they look cute. And so it was sort of just talking about that. I don't know. I think it's just when it comes to like sexualizing somebody, I think there's like this connotation that it means that you want to like sleep with them or jump their bones. And for me, like every day when I go out, I'll find at least 30 people I walk past attractive and I'll smile at most of them. Majority of them won't smile back at me, but some of them will, and it's great. But we'll never speak to each other, we'll never sleep with each other or anything. But I think they're attractive people, I'm attracted to them, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to ever act on that, because you know, my actual feelings, my actual love, my actual wanting to sleep with someone is very much reserved for just one person. So it's, I think that there's just too much significance placed on this idea of complimenting and like sexualizing other people when we needn't be so fearful of it meaning something as melodramatic as, I think especially online now, a lot of young men think that if a girl pays me a compliment, like she wants to sleep with me, or like compliment flirting equals sex. And with me, that does not at all equate at all. Which is why I flirt with men, women.
$2 from Skilltree Gaming to say, have you ever told men they should smile more?
I always tell them that. That's my main thing. That's the thing. I did a tweet once. I said, like, you know, how there was this picture. I was watching like a 𝕵𝖎 stream about the manosphere, and he smiled at the end. Like he said, like, thank you everybody for watching. And then while it was zooming out, he smiled. And I thought, that is such a beautiful smile. Like I've never seen 𝕵𝖎 smile. And I thought, I took a screenshot of it and like posted on Twitter and said, you know, men, smile more, please, because it warmed my soul. Like it really did. It just warmed my soul just seeing a smile. Like men have the best smile ever. They need to smile more.
Let me just real quick. I think you may have missed the implication of the super chat. No, it's fine. One of the things that women complain about is when men tell them to smile more. So it was a way of kind of digging.
Oh, I see.
Does that make sense?
Well, to be fair, I am one of those women. I'm very smiley. If a man tells me to smile, I'll happily smile. I've got no problem.
Smile, kid.
I think smiling helps everything.
Okay,
it gets us through the hard times. I don't really mind, but I think that it goes both ways.
Katie, if I told you to smile more, would you get mad at me?
You can do it. I don't give a fuck.
Fair enough. Okay.
No, I'm not. So I'm wondering if there was like, and this is my best faith interpretation, right? Maybe because I don't know why Mind Waves is so worried about like the sexual trauma that you put Chud through, but maybe there's something there that I'm not aware of.
Likewise.
Maybe. So as I said, I do think there was like there's a parasocial element to how you interpret the interactions in this space that maybe you interpret it differently than how most people do. So I'm putting that out there very honestly. You can do whatever you want with that, right? I'm not your mom. That's like the annoying part about these people. They really enjoy telling you what you're doing wrong as like a person, right? So that's just my personal opinion on that. But what I find interesting is that like maybe some narrative formed in Chud's community about you being parasocial, and that's why they got so hyperventilated about this. Because like they're not used to women being flirty, and they're not used to women like just being chill and funny. So
Yeah.
they were like, oh, she actually has a thing, and maybe it got threatening. So like, and this is not to make fun, but like legitimately, that I can see how that would be stressful, especially if he's in a monogamous relationship or just he felt uncomfortable. So like, I could see if like, if I got the whiff that like Wick is secretly in love with me, you know, and that's what he means when he like tweets at me, you know, that would recontextualize a lot of things that are
Every time I
happening.
tweet at you, it's because I'm sexualizing you. That's just happening. What it is.
Wick, I ask you to sexualize me all the time, and you won't.
This is a joke. To be clear, this is a joke. This is okay. So the big question.
No, this is not a joke. No, this is not a joke. Stop downplaying our relationship. If I wanted to be sexual with you and it's consensual on both ends, then it is. If it makes you uncomfortable, you can tell me right now. If it doesn't make you uncomfortable, stop downplaying our relationship.
I want to get to a larger point here because I think this is an important point, and I think it is an interesting question. I don't know the answer here. I want to be clear. Is it okay, and should we normalize flirting with people we don't know out of the blue? Because that's what happened, right? Whether it was sexually flirting or otherwise.
Wait.
That's how Kidology was introducing herself. I'm going to flirt with you. I'm going to be friends with you.
But there's a difference between us doing that as public figures and content creators versus like real life. Like that's why it was very dishonest when Mind Waves came in and he was like, should you hit on people at your job? And it's like,
sometimes
we're all on a computer. This is not the same thing at all.
Well,
like not at all the same dynamic.
Maybe I'll out myself, but at the job, people have flirted with me. I flirted back. It means nothing. If it's uncomfortable for them or it's uncomfortable for me, which sometimes it does, I say, hey, not into it. And they stop or I stop. That's just, it happens all the time.
Yes.
Right? Like almost every day.
That's what happened at my job. Yeah, that's what happened at my job. Like you know, people would have their work husbands and their work wives and their work girlfriends and boyfriends, you know. You just flirt with people and it doesn't mean anything.
Should that be normalized? Should that be normalized is a question, which I don't know, right? Because it does make some people uncomfortable, and people have a problem, right, with asserting their own boundaries. It's something they do. So
I disagree. I think there's a narrative that women have an issue asserting their own boundaries, but I think the real issue is that men are really bad at like taking a no in a way that doesn't make a lot of women feel very uncomfortable. And so I would absolutely like to normalize more free-flowing conversations, which is why I flirt with men and I immediately tell them, look, I flirt with everyone. I have no intention to let you fuck me or anything like that. I'm just a flirty person. It's what I do. And I say it right off the gate, so they can either say, yeah, I'm not down with that, or then we have fun, right? That I think you remember this, Wick. That's exactly what happened with you, right? It's a practice that I do to make my flirting safe. But here's the thing. I think a lot of women from what I would consider like my side of the aisle are very cautious about normalizing that, because a lot of men don't take, hey, I'm actually not comfortable with you flirting with me very well. And when that happens, it becomes a problem.
gonna read this because it's funny. Katie grabs them by the virtual pussy. When you're a streamer, they let you do it. Okay, that was funny.
Based.
I think this would have
Sorry.
been very different if I had said all of these things in DMs to Chud
Yes.
Magic. Completely different situation. Completely. That would have been crossing a complete boundary. That would have been like the kind of, this is the kind of thing where in my DMs I get those kinds of DMs from men, right? And that's so different because that is yeah, that is with the intent of something. They want something. I didn't want anything from Chud in that way, except just banter, like, you know, just like online friend banter, sort of potential friends online, you know, nothing like terribly serious or anything, but it wasn't at all that deep. And I thought he was fine with it. And then when I learned that he wasn't, that was that. But yeah, I think we should normalize being okay with, I wouldn't even call it sexualizing each other, because I don't believe that it leads to sex or like the want of a relationship or something, but okay with each other's sexuality and acknowledging that and admiring that in each other.
I can understand that. I can understand that. I don't know if I agree, right? First
I
of all,
think we
because
can't normalize it until both sides
Well,
are
let me-
really clear on like being
Yes.
able to establish
but
boundaries and like an effective communication mechanism. And
But-
I'm not sure that we're there yet. Society.
let me finish, right? Let me finish if I may. I think, right, that if someone isn't okay with it, that should be respected too. Now, again, the biggest L that happened was communication didn't happen. Communication didn't happen between the parties. They didn't tell you until later and in a roundabout way that they weren't okay with it, and you should have checked in. But yeah, that's Wick has made his judgment, and that is my judgment.
Good judgment.
For what that
I'm okay with
what that matters. Which it doesn't, to be clear. What Wick says doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But yeah, if it was me, and I wanted to be flirting with someone, I'd make sure it was okay. I'd be like, cool with this, cool. And if they weren't, I'd be like, that's okay too. That's it. Okay. Kidology.
I understand. I have learnt my lesson from this whole
Have you?
thing. So yes.
No more flirting.
And if I
no,
can advise,
I'm not flirting anymore. I am
a
a
loss for
nun
us
from
all.
now. Yeah.
See, I've solved this. My entire Twitter is just me randomly flirting with every person that comments on every one of my. So like, I don't have this issue. Like, I do this with everyone.
Yeah, that's a sad thing for me because I mean, I've said this countless times on my streams. I'm a very flirty person, but now I've decided, at least for now,
Yeah, just
not
make
doing this
sure,
anymore.
just make
So
sure,
it's,
like, the people who
yeah.
are okay with it have let you know they're okay with it for the most part, right? Meth has let you know it's okay with it. There's other people. So
I'm
yeah,
okay with it.
Yeah, Katie's okay with it and
Right.
things.
Excellent.
It is what it is. One of the hardest lessons I had to learn when I was very, very young, right? I'm talking 20, is 18.
You're
Not
so
everyone
wise,
wants to be my
Luke.
friend. Not everyone likes me, and even
He's
if they
a
don't like me
mentor.
for a weird
I'm
reason.
sorry about that.
Yeah, the mentor shot hit deep.
That was
Cut.
great.
That cut. Okay, that's gonna be clipped and used against me for months.
Why
Okay?
did that cut if you're not interested, Wick?
Look,
Why
I never
is it?
said.
What?
I
Why
never
did they cut?
said. Right? Like, because no one wants to be. Okay, I'll let you know, guys don't want to be friend zoned or mentor zoned or anything, even if they're not
I
interested in
told
that way.
you to make a move at Kidology like
Because
months ago.
it's inappropriate for me. Okay, we have to recognize there is a difference in these spaces. If I start making moves on women, then women don't want to come on my stream because it makes them uncomfortable. Just that's it. We know this is the case, right? Women, like it or not, can make moves and not make men uncomfortable in the same way. It's just different. It's real. It's not fair, but it exists.
I disagree because this thing clearly shows that they can. Like that.
Okay, I'll be real with you. A lot
no,
of the people who are making a big deal with this aren't being honest actors here. Like a lot of people only care because it's their parasocial daddy. It happened to their parasocial
yeah,
daddy.
no shit. But I said that as well, and then you were like, oh, I need to be good faith. But let me be good faith for now. This notion that women can hit on men and men would just be comfortable with that doesn't allow men the space to come out and genuinely say, hey, I'm actually not comfortable with this attention. You know, what we need to do is normalize that some guys are comfortable with it and some guys are not, and guys that are not okay with it are not pussies. People shouldn't call
Okay,
a pussy.
if you are in my chat right now, I'm sorry to ask the chat. If you're in my chat and you can show me evidence that she continued after being told to stop, provide it. Link it. Linkers. I'll look at it right now. You got anything? After she's been told, because I know when she was told to stop, right? I know when she got that message. You got anything after that date? Or are you just fucking lying? One of the two. Again, if you continue to make this claim that Kidology was continually being sexual towards Chud after she was let know that she should stop, provide it. It's an easy own. You can win right now. Will you leave me to a mind waves cheat? Okay, let me look. This is just a mind waves cheat. I don't know. You gotta be a little more. This isn't her. This is what? What is this? This is a mind waves tweet about her being sexual towards people. Like Sunday, which, as I understand it, is okay with the flirting.
Mind waves, and not mind waves. Prison Sunday, and I've been talking today. Like we're fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
Like,
you
don't get to.
She answered President Sunday's DMs too. What do women content creators gotta do here? What is this?
He was top of the list. He was the top of the list.
And look, yes, I hate to say this, maybe this is gonna get me in trouble, but if you are uncomfortable with something, it's on you to tell the other person.
True. Yes.
That's on you.
Very true.
If you don't got the balls to do that, oh well. Right?
There's a limit to that, but what we're speaking about, yeah, I agree.
Well, I'm not talking groping. I'm not talking like if someone puts hands on you, right? I'm talking if someone's just flirting with you. Even flirting hard.
I mean,
right?
I've gotten myself into trouble. Like I've had people who subscribe to my channel who like send me messages and then I respond and I say, thank you, that's sweet. And then they continue. It's not their fault that they continue because I haven't told them to stop. That's on me to tell them to stop. Even though in my head I'm like, please stop. Like, oh my gosh, but I want to be, sweet. It's not a nice place to be in, but at the same time, if they don't stop because I haven't said to them, stop, then that's on me. But when I tell somebody like Mind Waves, leave me alone, and he doesn't, that's on him.
I'm sorry, Kidology. You came on Wick's stream. That's you inviting him. Okay, you DM'd him, and he to watch you on Wick's stream. We know what's up. Okay, you invited it. Look what you're wearing.
I do want to talk to. I will say this. I want to talk to Mindways after this, right? And I want to have an interaction with him because I disagree with him. I disagree with his take here. And I know Kidology doesn't want to speak to him, but I don't. Yeah, I'm very patient with people.
I know you are. That's why I consider you a mentor. I learn from you. Okay, so it's not a bad thing. Wick, I think you are very. Can I say this? I think you have the nicest smile in this space. I think
even with the shattered maw.
I was going to say. I was so sad when you got your teeth fixed, or when you're getting your teeth fixed, because you have such a lovely smile. You really do.
It is getting fixed. Yes. It's in process. It's just
you don't need to though.
Well,
but of course, whatever makes you happy.
I absolutely need to because it is not good. It is infuriating, actually. that
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your fault, right? But it is infuriating that I don't have. I love my smile. I liked my smile before. The amount of emotional and mental stress that I am dealing with not
I'm so
having it
sorry.
fixed yet is a problem. But I don't talk about my personal shit on here, because if you talk about personal shit on here, it's made content against you. And
Well, just so you know, you
why I
have a beautiful smile.
Thank
You really do.
Kidology,
So yes,
been a
thank you
pleasure.
for having
Gang,
me.
gang, gang,
But for
gang.
now, bye-bye.
Do you want me to leave so you could do mind waves? Honestly, I
No.
want to drag mind waves.
Mind waves, come on in. Get backstage. I
Well,
don't like my teeth. To be clear, Tom, I don't like my teeth. I don't like how my teeth look now. It's problem eating, right? And there are more problems than just the obvious one here, which I have discovered lately, right? And so it's an issue. Ugh. But
it's frustrating because I agree with the parasocial element there, but like outside, do you want me to leave? If you guys want to be together, I can leave.
Mind
I'm
waves
asking
can
mind
decide
waves, not you.
if you want to watch. I'm okay with you watching. Mind waves.
Yeah, I love when people watch.
Yeah, like
Is
mind
that a
waves.
sexual comment?
Well, yeah,
don't have
we just
rapport.
established that that's okay, right? As
We
long as you're
don't
not
have
telling me that
rapport,
it's not
Frankel.
okay.
We don't have rapport.
I'm just going off your standard, Katie.
Thank you. Okay, do you want me to bail or do you want me to stay?
No,
What do you want?
stay. It's fine.
Can I keep making sexual comments? I have more.
I'm fine with it. I don't care, but it's up to Katie.
I'm good.
No, I'm good. I think I would actually puke in my mouth. Let's just go
Yeah,
forward.
I got that.
Well, mind waves, because this is my main issue, right? That I said it on stream earlier. I think you've taken the biggest L's in all of this, right? I think that this trying to paint Kidology as a sexual harasser, it just doesn't pass the smell test. Can you maybe explain to me? Like, I've read the tweets, right? I was linked to tweets. I went through all those. But can you explain it to me? Maybe you can help me understand, right? Why you think she is sexually harassing others.
Well, we could just get it hung up on the definition of what is or is not sexual harassment and what like level you need to meet in order to meet that standard for that word. Because I feel like that is just the difference of opinion here. But to be honest, my issue isn't really necessarily like I'm not dead set on sticking her with that label. The problem is that I'm looking at the behaviors that she's actually engaging in and recognizing that whatever you want to call that, it is not acceptable. And it wouldn't be acceptable if a man engaged in it with a woman or a woman with a man or anything like that.
I disagree. I have seen interactions that others have done of a very similar nature, if not almost word for word in some cases. Everyone was cool with it. No one cried foul. No one expressed discomfort. It just was a normal human interaction.
Sure, but so the reason
now keep in mind, I may not know the entire context of the relationships before or after. I just probably don't if I'm just seeing this, right? But at the same time, like, I don't think it's out of pocket for a man or a woman to be flirty with someone out the gate, right?
Okay, so the reason why what you just said doesn't logically follow to any real point worth entertaining is because all you're doing is saying, oh, well, when other people engage in the behavior, there was no outcry in the same way that there was when Kidology engaged in that behavior, right? And I don't hold people to the standards based off of other people's interactions in the past.
It's not just that. I understand what you're saying there, but it's not just that. It's that the people who were victims, quote unquote, of this behavior also were fine with it, right?
Except for Chud.
Yes, which is, again, entirely okay for Chud not to be okay with it, to express, hey, please stop. My issue would be, and where I would turn against Kidology entirely, is if someone could just provide me something where she continued to sexualize him when she was told to stop. After she was told to stop, did she continually sexualize him? If so, then I have beef with Kidology. Me and Kidology are going to go the rounds.
So I'll address what she said in just a second. Please. But to touch on the first thing you said, you basically are making the argument that, like, Well, if I just fire indiscriminately into a crowd and only hit one person, I mean, well, who cares?
How does that fall? Because no,
Because
what I
what
am
you're saying
saying
is that
is if
she
someone
did
is
it to a
going
bunch of men,
around,
but only
you were
one
calling it a
person
gun,
was
I
not
am
okay
calling
with it.
it a water balloon or something, right? Or a pillow, right? I'm saying that it's not actually doing harm. Is what I'm saying, and no one thinks this in most cases.
So whether or not harm was done, we can try to measure that however you want to measure that. But what I'm saying is that having this be the social standard is harmful. And the idea that this
I'll
should be the
entertain it.
norm for how we
Elaborate.
engage with people, that is harmful.
I'll entertain it. Elaborate,
Because
please.
we talk about this issue when it comes to feminism all the time. And I agree with that. I am very much a feminist. Whether or not anybody else wants to believe that is up to you. But
Ignore Katie. She says I'm not a leftist. It's okay.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
care. So, but the thing is that I don't think that the standard should be, and this seems to be what you're implying, is that, you know, as long as people aren't actively telling you that they're not okay with your sexual advances, that it is okay to pursue those things.
Yes, I stand by that statement. I think that, again, that's how humans are sexual beings for the most part, right? There
Sure.
are exceptions exist, and propositioning people, flirting with people, asking people out, even out of the blue, is socially okay. Not in every context. I'll agree with you right there. There are circumstances in which you are a captive audience, say if you were at a workplace, things like that, which make it a little more iffy. But even in those cases, I don't think it does harm, and nor do I think it's a bad thing if someone comes up and propositions someone else. Now, what we do need to normalize is taking no as an answer and being okay with that.
So there's some truth in that. But the problem I have is that I think we would all agree, because I think we've all said this in the past, is that we should be understanding of women that have to be on the receiving end of these sorts of comments constantly every single day of their life. And when they voice frustration at how it feels to be sexualized constantly at the end of the or on the receiving end of the opposite sex, we say, oh, well, we should have empathy for them. We should understand that those sorts of sexual comments as being considered like the default way to interact with a woman is not okay. Right. But now we're sitting up here and making the excuse that, oh, well, men don't get that sort of attention, so we should just sexualize them in the same way that we do women, when we recognize the way we sexualize women is unacceptable.
I disagree on the first statement. I agree and I disagree. So I agree that we should be empathetic if someone has expressed repeatedly, publicly, I'm not interested, I have a boyfriend, I have a significant other, etc., etc., etc. Yes, obviously they've let people know. But as I understand it, right? If someone is just, say there's a woman at a park. You see her reading a book, okay? You think she's attractive, you think she's cute. Do you think it's immoral or wrong for me to go up to them and say, hey, I noticed you were reading this book. I've read this book too. You want to go get some coffee? I think you're really cute.
No, but if they didn't reciprocate on any of that,
sure, if they said,
just sort of
no, thank you, and I would move on, right?
No, not even that. If they just looked at you, didn't reply to you, and looked away, I think you would get the cue that, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't do that again. Which is essentially what Chud did.
It depends.
He didn't acknowledge it. He didn't reciprocate it at any point in the interactions. It was not wanted. It was clearly not reciprocated, and it wasn't picked up on by Kidology. And she pressed on forward.
Sure, but
that's wrong.
Even granting that,
period.
Just real quick, even granting that, and I'd have to look at the actual interaction. I haven't seen that specific moment in a while, right? Kidology said he laughed, right? And if a woman laughed, then depending on how she laughed, obviously, I would take that as a signal to pursue.
Even after he laughed, he said that you have to be careful with comments like that. If you watch the stream, wait. It's easily interpreted as him just laughing it off, but it could also be very easily interpreted as he's uncomfortable.
Which is why I communicated to Kidology and criticized her just 5 minutes ago that she should have checked in, and probably would have avoided a lot of the pain here.
Sure,
She
but the
didn't care.
problem is that she didn't have that amount of rapport with Chud. She wasn't able to properly pick up on whether or not he was okay with it because she doesn't know him. She doesn't know his
I
body
agree.
language. She doesn't
I
know how he
agree.
operates or
I
anything like
agree.
that.
I
So for her
agree.
to think it's okay to just have the default assumption that, oh, well, he must be okay with it,
Oh,
but
Katie left us. Fair enough.
to say that he must be okay with it because of your interpretation of the way that he reacted to it when you don't know anything about him or the potential reasoning for how he like reacted the way he did.
So, once again, if I go up to a woman on a bench reading a book, I start flirting with her, I start being forward with her, and she laughs, is it wrong? Like, and I don't know her. Again, total stranger, never met her before. Is it wrong to make the presumption, oh, laugh is a good response, I should pursue?
Yeah, but what if the laugh that you got was actually pretty ambiguous as far as like what it meant, right? And you don't know the person, so you have no way of really interpreting it. It becomes murky as to whether or not you should continue to pursue that at that point, right? Like if they nervously laugh it off and then just sort of don't really give you much attention at all,
It depends.
which is
It's really super context dependent, which makes this hard, and why I think that the criticisms of kidology here are a little heavy. Because again, looking at this and watching how this played out, I don't think we would give the same criticism if a man did it. I really don't. If I were to come into Amaranth or Katie's stream or any, like, Denims. I don't know Denims. I've never interacted with her. Okay? If I were to come in and make a sexualized comment in her stream, it could be seen as creepy, but I don't think anyone would consider me a sexual harasser, would they?
no, but let's say that that's not the only person that you do it to. Let's say that you go around other communities and interact with other personalities that you don't have much of a rapport with either, and every single interaction with anybody in this space that is the opposite sex is sexually charged. Well, then that starts to paint a different picture, doesn't it?
A little bit. I agree with you there. But again, I would not go so far, and I think it would be wrong to label that person, me in this case, a sexual harasser. I think that.
Well, if you're not comfortable with that label, fine. But I think that what she's engaging in is a series of unwarranted, uninvited, and unreciprocated sexual comments. You can
They're
call that
not
whatever you
always
want.
unreciprocated. I know the sexual comments towards me, I reciprocated. I know the sexual comments towards Matt, he reciprocated. I know the sexual comments towards Sunday, he has reciprocated in his Sunday way, right? So those are the three I know of, right? So she's not getting this cold response every single time. She's going out, and as she said, she would flirt with people, judge how they responded, and in Chud's case, she even admits she misjudged it. She fucked up. Right?
Yeah, but the fact that they are or are not okay with it is sort of besides the fact when her default was to just default to that sort of behavior, irregardless of whether or not they would be okay with it. It just happened to be that, yeah, Smath or whatever is okay with it.
Yeah, because most,
but that's operating off of a wrong assumption in the first place.
I won't even say most, right? Because it's probably not true. But I think a lot of people, men and women, are okay with that kind of thing and actually like it in some cases. And I don't think, right, we should pillory someone for engaging in that kind of behavior who, when told to stop, stops. And that's the most important thing to me.
I don't think it's normal behavior like everybody's trying to paint it. Everybody's acting like everybody in this space just goes around making these weird sexual comments towards everybody, but that is not the norm, and we all know it. I've never interacted that way with any other women in this space. I've never had any other woman interact with men in that space like this. And kidology
I've had
particularly
women interact with me in that way before outside of her.
Okay, but that is not the norm, is it, Wick?
Sure, but women are not the norm in this space either.
It's probably not the norm for a good reason, right? Like there are pretty understandable
I would agree with
and
that.
reasonable social reasons that we don't go around just doing
I will
that.
agree with that there are good reasons, but just because the best practice is one way, if someone engages in another way that is not best practice, does not make it immoral, and it does not make it wrong.
I think that it does when if we were to all follow an example for this sort of standard of interaction in this space, it would be a worse space because of it, especially for women.
Again, probably true, but that would be true.
then that should be the end of the conversation, Wick.
No, it's not. It's not, because you are doing this weird thing, right? Where you are equating these things to the worst possible outcome. Like if everyone followed this path,
I'm just
obviously not
following the
everyone. If there were
implications of-
people people, right, that acted like she does in this space, if there were more of them, if we had 2 more Kadologies,
That was the norm. Yeah.
If we had, no, I'm not talking the norm. I'm talking if there's just simply more, right? So 2 more Kadologies in this space that acted the way Kadology does. I don't think the space would be worse. I don't think it would make it more dangerous for women. I don't think it would be more dangerous for men. I don't think it would make it more harmful. I think it'd actually be better. Now there would
be a higher potential for
come
people
a
like
point
Chud that feel like they're on the receiving end of something that they don't want to be.
then it's their responsibility to say, hey, if I don't like how you're
No.
interacting with me, I want you to stop. And that's just people
No.
taking personal responsibility things. Much like if someone is, like you've made this comment with women setting boundaries in other situations. Like if a woman wants to set a boundaries, they should communicate that clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with men. If men want to set a boundary, they should communicate that clearly. And if they don't,
Yes, but
it's not on
telling
the women to
telling
really get
women-
into it, right?
Telling women that they should this is so funny that you're purposely misunderstanding the whole point of why I even said that. Or maybe you're not. Maybe that's a bad faith accusation to make. But to be extra clear, the reason that I say that about why women shouldn't be, particularly insistent when it comes to asserting boundaries isn't to absolve men of any responsibility in their actions or how they conduct themselves with women, right? So, like, that isn't a contradiction in anything that I've said.
Again, though, right? If a woman
That
were
falls
to-
flat, though, right, Wick? Like
does
it doesn't absolve the opposite
not.
party.
Again, but it doesn't. But you're implying that
Women need to
there
do
is
it
something
in
to be
spite of
absolved.
men, not
Just real quick, you are also implying that in this case there's something the man has done wrong, and that's not necessarily the case. Nor is it necessarily the case that the woman has done something wrong. It could be depending on the context that they have crossed the boundary that they should have known existed and done something wrong, but that the other party did not properly communicate it, and they should have. But it also could have been a boundary that wasn't a reasonable or a common expected boundary that they crossed accidentally and there was no way they should have or could have known. And my argument here is that this boundary that you've said where people cannot flirt with content creators publicly is a silly boundary to set.
That's not what I said, to be clear.
That is what you're implying.
No, it is not.
That is the obvious implication, if we follow the logic train of what you are claiming down, that will be the case. That any kind of flirting done that is
No.
uninvited is
Wrong.
is some sort of harassment, or
Okay,
if you're not
so you're-
comfortable with the word harassment, some sort of immoral action.
That is an extreme uncharitable interpretation of anything that I've said, because I'm not saying that no creators can flirt with each other ever. I'm just saying that there are certain social contexts where it is not acceptable, and it shouldn't be taken as the default way of interacting with people to be able to carte blanche just make any sexual comment towards another person in the space.
Again, I don't see why making it the default is the argument here, because we're not arguing about making
Because
it the
you should
default.
have to.
We're
you should
arguing about
have-
a specific case. Are we not?
You should before you engage in comments like that, you should have some amount of rapport with the person in this sort of space. Right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that might be best practice, and I would agree with you there. But I don't think it is immoral if you don't have that rapport. And I would agree with you. Kidology did not have that rapport. She thought she did. She was wrong. Right?
She didn't have that rapport with anybody that she did this
and
with as default.
And again, her argument and my argument in this case is that is one way that people often try to gauge and get rapport, by casual flirting. And that's okay. That's not immoral. That's not wrong. It's only wrong if you keep it up when they tell you not to.
We would never tell a woman that she's wrong for not being okay with men treating her as if it's okay to make sexual comments towards her until she just says it's not okay. I don't think we would ever say that.
Depending on the level of sexual comment, we absolutely would and have, and I will again. If a woman is mad because someone comes into her stream and says, hey, I think you're cute, or makes a silly, inappropriate joke, right? And they call them and they don't express anything and they laugh it off, right? Yeah, that's on them. That's on the female content creator. That's on them at this point.
This is such a bad precedent to set because you're basically telling men that as long as a woman isn't verbatim, like vocally telling you, no, I am not okay with these advances, if she just sort of laughs you off and isn't reciprocative, well, then you can just continue with your sexual advancements.
Because laughter is also a sign of acceptance, that you want it more. It really depends.
Yes, but we should also be a little bit more socially aware to be able to recognize that laughter isn't permission to continue with the behavior that
But
you're engaging
again,
in.
it's not a boundary. It is not setting a clear standard. It is not saying no. And yes, you should say no, right? You should let them know that, no, I am not interested. Do you disagree with that? If a woman is not interested, best practice, right? Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to set up a world where men have to guess, right? Or women have to guess, or people have to guess. We want a world, ideally, where people are clear and communicative of what they want and what they don't want. None of this mind reading shit that we do, right? Like,
sure, but I also want a world.
We're not
where people
empaths. We're not all Mr. Girl,
Okay.
right? Where they're all trying to mind. Well, he said no, but I knew that her in my woo-woo crystal mind that.
Yeah,
she
but
didn't
this
really
isn't
mean
a
no.
binary between super empath and autistic retard that doesn't know anything about being social, right? Like there is a middle ground to where, yeah, you can be able to engage in flirting or trying to court someone casually that maybe you don't have rapport with. But that means that you also need to be particularly aware of the social interactions that you're engaging in. You need to be particularly aware of the consequences of your actions and being able to step outside of yourself and think, well, how is this other person interpreting or interacting with what I am saying?
Again, best practice, yes, but
No, that should not just be like, well, if you're a good guy, then you do that. That should be like, that's what the standard should be.
that is a world that I don't think anyone wants. You do not actually want this. I don't believe you do.
I just told you that's the standard we should set. Why are you saying this?
Because when we follow this out, the results of having this as a standard means no one talks to anyone anymore. Because they're all worried that they're going to do something wrong. That because again, we can't, even if I do my best to put myself in someone else's shoes, it's not a 1-for-1 and I can still fuck it up. And so best practice in your world is just to be professional all the time. And I don't want that world because it leads to more loneliness.
I never said that.
It leads to
I
more.
literally said that's not what I'm advocating for. You're responding to a straw man. I literally verbatim said that we should be able to engage in casual flirting with people that we don't have rapport with.
Then what's wrong with what Kidology does? What? Because Kidology, that's what she did. So what makes what she did wrong in that world that you want not wrong?
What makes it wrong is that she treated it as if that's how you should default interact with everybody in the space. Every male that she interacts with in the space has been in this sexually charged manner. It's a pattern of behavior. And then when it's not reciprocated and then actively called out, she acts like the other person's wrong for not having to explicitly set that boundary ahead of time. That should not ever be the standard.
Again, she stopped when she was told not to. She stopped when randos who aren't chud, when randos who aren't the person. Like if you came into, like if me and Katie were talking and we were flirting, and you came in and started saying how weird it was that I was being, or Katie was being flirty with me, that would be weird. Because if I'm okay with it and she's okay with it, it doesn't really matter if you're okay with it or not, does it? Nor would I let you dictate how Katie feels about how I act towards her.
Wick, you're misinterpreting me. I'm not trying to be the arbiter of every single interact.
With Kidology, it sounds like you were trying to. You're not even letting me
finish what I'm saying.
Finish what you're saying.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be the arbiter of every single personal interaction and relationship that Kidology has. I'm saying that the way that she conducts herself as default is not acceptable, and we wouldn't accept that as acceptable if anybody else was engaging in it.
Again, I disagree with that last statement. We do that all the time. People interact, like Kidology isn't she's a minority, but she's not the sole unique woman who has ever done this. Katie does this. No one, again, we haven't we make fun of Katie for other reasons, but no one has really gone after her in the same way they have Kidology, right? They just haven't. We accept this as something that happens. Now, we personally can find it creepy, but quite frankly, it's none of my goddamn business, right? Because I don't know if the other person is okay with it or not. I let them and I allow them the freedom to make those decisions for themselves without trying to involve myself in it.
Yeah, I mean, I can reiterate why I think what you're saying is a bad idea, but I mean, I think we just
Circle the
disagree
drain,
at
impasse
this
at this point.
point.
Yeah. It bothers me because I see this happen all the time. I see people engage in this way, but for whatever reason, Kidology is getting extra attention when if I
We do
interacted
not see this all the
way,
time. That is not
I-
true.
again, I can show you some tweets. I can
I've
direct
never
you
known
towards people.
anybody that came into the space and
Maybe
then
you haven't.
interacted with the opposite sex in only a sexually charged manner in every interaction that they've ever engaged in.
Well, there's only been like 3 or 4 interactions that she's had with Chud ever.
I'm not talking about Chud. I'm talking about everybody else as
I
well.
mean,
On top of that,
you've seen the
it's a pattern of behavior.
You've
Do you
seen
not see
her
it?
interact with me, right?
Wait,
Some
I
of
want
it
you to
is
answer this
sexual.
real quick. The
Some
way
of it
that
is not.
Kidology engages with men tends to be what?
Yeah, she tends to be flirty. What I'm saying is that is not a flaw. That is not immoral.
It is.
Again, this is where we disagree. This is an impasse. Mind waves? It was a pleasure.
All right, have a good one.
Oh, oops. Let me
Condition.
put me back
Hmm.
where I
Yeah,
was. I moved myself out. I voided myself, gang. I voided myself. Voided myself. You could say that, Ragemonger. You could say it's creepy. You could absolutely say it's creepy. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you, but it's not immoral. And that's what is being accused. The accusation being made, the accusation being levied by some circles, not all circles, is that Kidology sexually harasses men. And I 100% disagree. I have not seen evidence of this. Let me bring in Feline Father. Hello.
Oh.
Yeah, you're
hello.
live. Sorry. I know you wanted on earlier, but it's become a thing. We've had content. So yeah, here we are.
All right, it'll be live, huh? We on.
We on. What you got for me, buddy? What's your thoughts?
Oh man, dude. No,
No. I want to ask you. You. We haven't talked in a while, Father. You've been out of this space for a bit. Do you think it's okay for people to flirt with other people just off the gate, out the blue, coming in sexual, hot, right away?
So, like on a scale from 1 to 10, like how like heavy we talking? Like on a 1 being like.
So if I
"Tee,"
went
and a
into your
10
chat, okay, and you were a hot woman, okay, and I said,
Well,
you were talking
react
about
like hypothetical, but okay, I am.
you were talking about nudes. You were talking about leaking nudes and people leaking their nudes, and so I sent you a super chat that you could leak my nudes anytime. Is that inappropriate?
If it was like a joke, haha, hee hee kind of thing, or if you were being serious and you were like, I'm about to send you some nudes, leak them right now. I mean, it definitely misinterpreted as like a little bit, inappropriate.
Right? But is it necessarily immoral? Is what I'm asking.
No, I mean, with all things, needs context, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
Most things are gray.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. What about if I were to do that to you? If I were to go into your chat and I'd say,
hey, if you give me a super chat, you could say whatever you want. $10? Hell yeah. Like, I could be real with you. Let's not use me as a standard here. I recognize that's a different thing.
That's right. That's fair. You are kind of a degenerate, so it's
true.
Like, yeah.
True.
You'd be like on the extreme scale of it, so yeah.
I don't know if I'm that extreme, but go on. What you got?
Well, I don't know, man. So like when y'all were talking with Kidology, you guys were talking about like how like mental health medication changes somebody and kind of like change your identity. I can relate to that, you know, because I started taking my Adderall for my ADHD when I was around 25, right? And I mean, I changed like completely as a person. You know, before my ADHD medication, I was one person that was very unable to focus. You know, and because of that, I kind of like, you know, shaped and formed my worldview of how I see things, how I interact with the world. And then I started taking Adderall, and for like the first time in 25 years, I had control of my mind for the first time. So then at that point, I was like, holy shit, like I can think forward. You know, I have hands on the wheels. You know, so it changed who I was, like at my very core. It changed my personality. You know, I used to always joke that, you know, before when I'm not on my medication, I'm Josh, but when I'm on my ADHD medication, I'm Joshua. You know, and I just thought that was like a really interesting conversation, a really interesting thought. You know.
Yeah. Well, we learned so much today. I didn't know that she bit a chunk out of some guy's ass. That's
You know,
out of all the things we have learned about kidology, that's the most concerning to me. I'm like, whoa.
You know, when she said that, I was like, you know what? I feel that. I get it. It's like the frustration thing. You know what I mean?
I don't get it. I've never been frustrated enough at a person that I wanted to bite a chunk out of them. Like,
Okay,
I wanted
so
to
it's not
punch
like-
them, right? I can get punching them, right? I wanted to. It's still bad. You shouldn't do it. Don't punch people.
Yeah.
But,
But
really
like, imagine the satisfaction you would get if you did that, you know, and like you expressed your frustration on them. You know what I mean? I get that. I totally get it. You know, like sometimes you just want to like bite things out of your way. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. But also, I had a question for you.
Please.
Have you ever had an experience that was similar to that in regards to like your identity and who you were was one thing, and then something happened or you did something and it changed fundamentally?
Well, yes, I am a different person than I was 10, 15, 20 years ago, right? I think anyone who's the same person they were when they were 18 is weird to me, right? So yes, I've had life-changing experiences. The person I was before I went in the military and the person I was after the military, fundamentally different people.
I didn't know you were in the military.
I was 6 years. I was in the Air Force.
Oh shit! Damn, me too. Army. Right.
Fly, fight, win. You know, aim high, brothers. But
Oh.
it was life-changing, right? For better and worse, to be clear, right? But I think that's a different thing than taking a pill and having your chemistry messed with.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting too because for me, right, I did go through a phase where I felt like I was losing myself, right? And then I came to the rationale of myself that I wasn't losing myself; I was becoming who I should be, right? Because it's like with my, with my ADHD, when I'm not on my medication, right, I'm not being who I can be because I don't have full control of my mind, right? Like I'm in the passenger seat, but my mind's on the wheel, right? Like I'm not really controlling everything and doing what I want to do, but I am, right? But I'm not really in control of it because I don't really get to do what I want to do, right? But on medication, I got both hands on the wheel and I'm driving that car, you know? So I kind of like came to the rationale of it, me becoming who I am supposed to be, right? I'm becoming myself, right? I'm growing into it.
Yeah. I think sometimes we're too afraid to change. I think that people are scared of it and they shouldn't be. It's okay to be a better I hear all the time from people that, oh man, I'm glad I went through the struggles I had in the past because it made me who I am. Bitch, no, you're not, right? You look, that's like some kind of weird Stockholm syndrome with the past, right? That your trauma, right, has shaped you into who you are, and you would be less of you without the trauma that you've experienced. That's weird to me. No, it's not. I can understand that there are some benefits that come from some, traumatic experiences. You can't grow from them, but it would be better to grow in other ways, like to have other types of stressors make you grow.
Right.
So.
Like you are allowed to, recognize and not want to change anything that's happened in your life, especially with the traumas and everything. But you are also at the same time wish they didn't happen. Like you were allowed to recognize and understand that you grew from these situations and it helped you become who you are today. But also at the same time, wish they didn't happen because they're traumas for a reason. Like they're really bad stressors, But I get that. And it's funny too because like when it comes to that stuff, I try to avoid personally saying things like, I'm becoming a better person or whatever it is, right? I'm not becoming necessarily a better person, or I'm like, who I was before, is lower than who I am today. It's just I'm becoming a person, like I'm becoming a new person, right? Like growing as a person is a continual thing, right? It's never there's never an end, there's never a finish line, just a continuous race,
I agree.
I think, yeah. Man, I didn't know you were in the Air Force for 6 years. Look at you, man.
Yeah, I was a cryptolinguist for a few of them, and then I was a maintainer, which was an entirely different world.
I can imagine, man.
Definitely night and day. Definitely night and day.
Let me ask you something,
please.
In relation to your, can I ask you something in relation to your military service?
Sure. If I think it will reveal too much of who Wick is, I will set you down and say no.
Okay, fair enough. So when you talk to people, right? So for me, right, for example, the last thing I want someone to figure out about myself is that I'm a veteran, right? That I've been in the Army for 6 years, right? Because I don't want people to judge me and make like judgments about my character and who I am just because I'm a veteran, right? Like I want people to judge me based off my character and the things I say, what I stand for. I don't want them to like use the veteran title to give me any kind of like clout that they feel like I deserve when I don't really deserve in the first place. So like how do you feel about that? How do you feel, like what is your relationship with being a veteran,
I understand. I will tell you, during my service and after my service, it always weirded me out when people came up to me and would thank me for my service, right? Thank you for your it made me feel very uncomfortable. I wasn't on the front lines, right? Because when normies think about, you were in the military, they think in the helicopter dropping in on Osama bin Laden and gunning down the terrorists. They have this picture in their mind of what you did because of the media we have of you going through the trenches. And most people in the military don't do that. They have nothing to do with that, right? And so it felt weird because I felt that they were thanking me for something I didn't do, right? That wasn't me. But at the same time, it's dishonest of me, or it would be dishonest of me to pretend it didn't affect me or I didn't go through shit because of it. And so I say you're welcome at this point. I say, okay, you're welcome. I don't make a big deal of it because one thing that annoys me is when that's someone's whole personality is, I was a veteran.
Bro, tell me about it. Oh, I hate that shit. That's why I don't hang out with other veterans like that act like that. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts.
A lot.
Like a fucking wall.
It's like, come on. You gotta have more. You gotta have more than that.
Right. And like, let me tell you this, right? So for me personally, I think like veteran culture, right, is one of the primary reasons why there's a high suicide rate among veterans, right? Because I think what ends up happening.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me tell you why, right? So you're told, right, like when you're in the military, right, you're like, everyone's like, oh, thank you for your service, right? Right? You become a veteran, right? People they tell you, right, thank you for what you did, right? And they're telling you what you were when you're in the military. That's the best you're ever gonna be. You know what I mean? And people take that to heart and they glue to it because that's what they want to believe and that's what they need, right? They need to tell themselves that I did this thing, right? And this is the best I'm ever going to be. And when you continually tell yourself that the best like you'll ever be and like the best times in your life are behind you, like that's going to weigh on you and that's going to kill you, It's going to kill your mental health. That's going to kill your drive. That's going to make you not want to live anymore. And I think that like, the veterans and the military are just way too like stuck on that, they don't want to reintegrate, right? They don't want to like become a civilian, right? Which I think, if this could be a little bit harsh, I think that's a little bit cowardice, right? And I think that's also a bit, elitist. I think that's a little bit supremacist. Like, like we're not better as veterans or in the military than any other civilian.
Sure, we talked about this. I talked about this in my solo portion of the stream. It's the atomization of who we are, the stressing of what makes us different rather than what makes us the same. So a lot of people use, identity markers to do this. This is my specific ethnicity. Not only am I this ethnicity, but I'm from this specific locale in this ethnicity. I'm from this specific background. And so we make our smaller and smaller and smaller. Veterans do this too, as you just said. We are not Americans, we're veterans, and it's different, right? We are special and different, and we're not like you, the commoner, right? And that's a problem. It's
Right.
causing stress. It's causing, as you said, lack of reintegration, lack of assimilation, dare I say, into society, and it's leading to harm. So I'd agree with you on there. Yeah. I don't
And
know.
it's, like, also part of-
This is worthy of a longer talk. It's way later than I
agree.
expected to stream.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll have a veteran stream. One of these.
Oh,
days,
that'd be the
and-
bee's knees, man.
Yeah, we could talk about these things. But for now, I do have to let you go.
All right. Well, before you kick me, I'ma leave.
DMing someone else. So he got away without me voiding him. Darn. Okay. One more, gang. One more. We're gonna end. Oh, if you've been liking the stream, if you like the content, like the channel, sub to the channel, throw me bits, throw me subs, throw me super chats, all these things. Very good. Would like it. It would be nice. Let's bring Origin in because he wants to say one more goodbye. Okay, Origin. What you got? It's gonna be quick because it's late. I need to go.
Yeah, you can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. My Wi-Fi just freaking kicked and it's just shit. I'm on my phone at the moment I'm not on Wi-Fi, and I didn't want to do that with our talk because, lo and behold, my mic is actually better when I'm connected to the laptop, and if we're longer, it doesn't want to be as shitty with my phone. But yeah, sorry about all that.
We'll get another day. We'll pick another day. Next Wednesday's already booked, unfortunately, but we will pick another day and we will sit down and we'll have that chat. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. By this time, I will make sure my Wi-Fi is also in perfect condition because I just need to change my router. Mine just kind of kicked over on me.
Gotcha. Okay. For now, though, Origin. Good thing. That one didn't get away, gang. That one didn't get away. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm tired. It's way later than I expected this to go. It's been a wild ride. Yeah, if you have any problems or questions with what I've said, you know how to get a hold of me. Go to the Discord, join the Discord, DM me, mention it in public. I don't care. I've said what I said in public, and yeah. Okay, we're rating out. Who's streaming? Where are we going? Where are we going? Going to Tuna Chip, maybe? Sad Kit Kat. Sad Kit Kat, gang. We're gonna have Sad Kit Kat on tomorrow. Let's go into her now. That sounded weird. Let's go to her stream now. Let's say that. I don't want to get any weird accusations levied my way. Thank you for the bits, Word Speed Dandy. Appreciate you. 500 bits. Ice Beans, I was just about to come to ask you to do more TikTok live noises. If you pay me to, I will cancel this raid right now. If you want to pay me $50 to do more TikTok live noises, I will absolutely do that. Okay. Yeah, make sure you let her know that she's great. Spam those emotes if you got them. I'll talk to you later.